Good morning and welcome to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by the invocation given by our chaplain, Commissioner Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, you have given us the land on this earth as a finite resource, and decisions on land use policy can oftentimes affect many generations into the future. So I pray that you will guide this board, our staff and stakeholders as we make important decisions this morning, and help us to strike that delicate balance between private property rights and the best possible outcomes for the community surrounding any subject properties. As always, Lord, I pray that you will bless and guide members of our armed forces and first responders, that you will keep them safe each and every day. And I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Okay, I see we have 6 commissioners in person. Do we have Commissioner Hagan appearing virtually? I don't see him up here. He is virtual? Okay. So we can please have a roll call.
Good morning. Kemp?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Overman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Hagan?
Hagan's here, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll recognize Mr. Moretta of the Development Services Department.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning. Joe Moretta, Development Services Department. I'll start first with the changes to the agenda. The first one is found on agenda page 8, item B9. The application is being continued by staff. On agenda, next change is found on agenda page 12, item F5. The current conditions of the approval of the PD site plan have been added to the backup, and this particular item has also been pulled from consent. My understanding is that we'll discuss this item after the presentation on the South County water demand.
Okay, and that's it?
No,
may I have
ma'am.
a motion?
We also have it on agenda page 10, item F2. This item, we have distributed additional conditions that we've worked on, or edited conditions, I should say. And these items, these conditions will be discussed further when the item comes up on the agenda as F2. Now moving into the other changes on the agenda itself, item A1, RZPD 18-0996. Staff is requesting the item be continued to September 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A2, personal appearance. Item A2, personal appearance 21-0362. This application is out of order, being continued to September 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A3, personal appearance 21-0618. Applicant is requesting the item be continued as a matter of right to September 30 board meeting. This is also going to be heard with the comprehensive plans at 6 changes at 6 p.m. Item A4, personal appearance 21-0699. The applicant is requesting the item be continued as a matter of right to September 8 board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A5, personal appearance 21-0840. The applicant is requesting the item be continued as a matter of right to September 8 board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A6, personal appearance 21-0918. The applicant is requesting the item be continued as a matter of right September 8 board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A7, vacating petition V200012. This petition is being continued September 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. That concludes the changes to the agenda. And also information, the PowerPoint for the item that's going to be discussed now by utilities has also been sent. So that concludes this part of the agenda.
Thank you. And with that, do I have a motion to vote on the changes?
Move for approval. Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
Hagan.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to our off the agenda item here. Mr. George Cassidy is going to present at this time a presentation, do a presentation on the South County water demand.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. George Cassidy, Public Utilities, and I do have a presentation that I'll share with you, and this is an update on our South County water supply, as well as our process whereby we approve plan development, new connections, and so let me see if this will share. Is it showing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. All right. So just a quick update on where we are in South County. You know, back in June 1st, thank goodness, our rainy season began on time. And as we see every year after the hot and dry spring, our flows, our demands are significantly reduced because of the rain. In July, we averaged about 45 million gallons per day of water delivered to South County. As a little bit of a reminder, in May, we had a high point of 71 million gallons to South County. That was the peak of our pressure complaints. At that time, we had probably about 140, maybe a little bit more pressure complaints associated with low pressure and service delivery during that time frame. So what are we doing? We've shared this before. We've got two phases. We've got a short-term relief, our phase 1 projects for water delivery to South County. And all of these are designed to resolve the short-term pressure concerns. So the first is our South County repump. That project's located at 674 and I-75 at that intersection. And we've got a new ground storage tank, new pumping capabilities going online. And what that's designed to do is that tank will fill at night during the off-peak hours, and then that water will be available in the morning for what I've termed as rush hour. The inline booster pump station, which is located at the intersection of Big Bend and Balm Riverview, that is designed to be able to take water being sent from the Lithia plant and basically step up the pressure to all the customers south of that point. We believe that that's going to be complete in April of 22. And all of our planning, all of our engineering behind these first two projects says that we will resolve the short term, for the most part, resolve all the low pressure concerns. In addition, we're adding a 42-inch pipeline from that inline booster station, again, at Big Bend and Balm Riverview, and that goes all the way to 674. And that will enhance our transmission capabilities. And again, for the next 2 to 3 years, that resolves our most of our, if not all of our, pressure concerns. Phase 2 is the longer solution. And again, when you approved our rate plan back in April, we have the funding in place to pursue a new water plant in the south, additional storage and pumping, and also you approved a new point of connection from Tampa Bay Water. All of those are designed to get us probably 20 years out. We will have a very robust, redundant water supply capability. So what is our process for approving new connections? The Florida state statutes on concurrency and also our Florida Administrative Code are kind of a companion, drivers that say, if you don't have the capacity, but you're planning for the capacity, by the time that a certificate of occupancy is given, then you can give it the thumbs up. And these are sort of boxes that we traditionally check. We may not have it today, but we're going to have it in place by the time a CO is issued. And certainly in the capital improvement element, those, again, shore up the requirements that before you give a CO, you have to have the ability to serve that dwelling. The comprehensive plan establishes our levels of service. So it says that in our potable delivery plan, we need to be at 115 gallons per person per day. Now that's spread across the entire service area. So, some areas use more, some areas use less. But at the end of the day, the target is making sure that we have the capabilities to deliver 115 gallons per person per day. And certainly that is while you're meeting fire flow. Our water department technical manual says we've got to provide 35 PSI in the transmission systems during this high flow condition, which would be fire flow at all times. So that becomes the standard with which we approach our water service delivery. 35 PSI is a minimum in the transmission system, certainly minimum in the distribution is 20. It also is in compliance with the health department requirements. So the 115, the 35, and the 20, those are special numbers. That's what we look for as we're approving new development. So what's happened over the last, really the last 20, 30 years, you see that we went from 150 gallons per person per day in the late 80s, and it dove down. It's had a few hiccups up and down, but for the most part, we have achieved in 2015 about a 95 gallon per person per day service delivery, which was outstanding. That's some of the best in the area. Since 2015, it has ticked upwards. The drivers in growth have been down south. What we have found as an anomaly to our normal projections is that every new home that goes in has a yard, and those yards require a significant amount of irrigation, and so it is skewing the amount of water that's being delivered across the customer base. We've gone from a low of 95 gallons per person per day in 2015. In 2020, we're approaching 110, 112. The comprehensive plan says the 115. We're still under that, but the trend still continues to go up. But with all that, let me say this. These are kind of the rules that are in place that we follow to be able to approve future connections, future projects that are coming on board as new customers. Here's the issue, and I struggle with this because customer service is one of our number one commitments and number one goals, and we're not happy if our customers aren't happy. All of these rules are in place and we follow them. And I believe the presumption is, and this is my personal opinion, the presumption is that you're meeting customer expectations currently. And in this case, we're not. We're not meeting customer expectations in the south part of the county. And quite frankly, where we were last spring to the coming spring, 12 months later, we will have added somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 additional customers. So it makes, if we didn't have these projects in place for improving our delivery, it would make a bad situation worse. So I am very confident that the projects that we have in place, once they are completed, and that's the caveat, once these the inline booster station is in place, which will be spring of 22, once the ground storage and repump facility is complete, which will be later this calendar year. Once those are in place, we are very confident that that will resolve the problems that we saw last spring. Not all of them, but it'll greatly improve them. The next that's in line is the 42-inch transmission main, and once that's completed in 2023, fall of 2023, what we saw in this past spring should at that point in time be resolved. We continue to grow, and the challenge is satisfying our existing customer base while we bring all these new customers online. I shared with you back in April in a public hearing presentation that in the next 5 years we are anticipating 23,000 new connections. That is previously approved development. So we are running at breakneck speed to provide all these system enhancements and improvements to ensure that when these developments come on board, we've got the water to provide them and to serve them as they would expect to be served. Let me say this. We have not violated our commitment to levels of service as written. What has happened is we're not meeting customer expectations. We have a very robust pumping supply in between the rush hour moments. So in the early morning demand and the evening demand, that's where the system has to work extra hard to meet demand. In between, they're used to very robust pressures, and therein, I believe, lies a little bit of the challenge. When you're used to 75 PSI at the tap, and it goes down to 40 or 35, you're disappointed. And I believe that's what we're hearing. We're checking the boxes on the level of service, but we're not meeting expectations. So going forward, as we look at how we approve new development, how we approve new connections, it's my feeling that we need to have these new system improvements in place by spring, make it through the spring season, see how they perform, and then make a decision whether or not it's good to continue to bring on new customers. And that's pretty much where I am, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And with that, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Cassidy, for digging into this. As you say, you brought us a report in April. We also had another report in February. I know I've been talking about this since summer of last year, bringing that scary chart to the board before even a couple of commissioners joined us. So I hear, if I may, Chair, ask a few questions. I hear you saying that we are not meeting the customer's expectations for level of service, although our written rules say all we have to do is this sort of bare minimum of 35 pounds per square inch. But actually that's, as we all know from the emails we've been getting, and the videos we've seen, very unsatisfactory level of service. But not only that, we're delivering that unsatisfactory level of service, although it might be within the letter of some law somewhere. I mean, we are delivering that unsatisfactory level of service while we have put everyone south of the Alafaya on onerous water restrictions, more so than anyone in the rest of the county. And we've overpumped our permits, which, if we keep doing that, has environmental impacts and has already impacted people's drinking water wells when we did that in May. So that's why I say we're at a tipping point of, if it gets any worse, we will be overpumping our water, our groundwater, well beyond our permits, and the pressure drops below, this bare minimum in the 30s. It can be, it can be dangerous if it gets into the 20s. We are on boil water notices. We have to worry about fire hydrants and restaurants and hospitals, all that are all below the Alafaya River in that area. So, it's cold comfort to say that all we have in our comp plan or land development code is this bare minimum of 35 pounds per square inch, and we're meeting that because we've overpumped permits and we put people on water restrictions, and we better not go any further. So what really worries me, I mean, I hear Mr. Cassidy saying that, let me ask you, Mr. Cassidy, is it correct to say that your position is we can continue approving new development and the new hookups that come with that through April because of the short-term measures you've put in place? And then we can reassess at that point whether things are going to get any worse by adding hookups and development? Is that what I heard you saying?
So, anything that we're connecting right now is probably already in the queue. Those are items that have already previously been approved, and so we are planning for that, Commissioner. So anything that would be in the queue for a CO, we're planning for that currently through April. I would say that if there was anything additional to what's in the queue right now, I would like to confirm that these first two improvements, system improvements that we're making, are going to be able to truly make a difference in our customer satisfaction. And that we won't know that until the completion of the dry season, probably by June 1.
When you say projects that are in the queue already, do you mean projects that have passed our zoning approvals? Would you be, are you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am. So that's previously approved development that's already in construction and already passed all the gates. So we would anticipate that to continue. I've reported a number of times, Commissioner, our normal new connection rate is around the 500-600 per month rate. And I would anticipate that would continue through the spring. But what I'm talking about would be anything that would be an additional connection beyond that spring, until we see what happens with these improvements. So, I mean, the timing, I will probably need some help with Adam or the development services in terms of where the right timing is for that. We're prepared to bring on new customers for the next 6-7 months. And these improvements should really, really, really help us meet customer expectations. But I want to see it in place, to be honest with you. I've been stung. We've all been stung by the customer response, and I want to make sure that we're meeting their expectations.
Let me just put a pin in that for a minute and back up when we talk about these projections. As we know, we got into this pickle, this dangerous tipping point, better not get any worse position because it's already bad, because our growth and demand projections were wrong. Had they been right, we might have planned and funded the infrastructure earlier on. But our projected growth and demand in South County was wrong. And it surprised everybody. It was unpredicted and not projected that we would grow as fast as we did in the last few years. Let me find that little chart. Yeah, so it was 2018, 2019, and 2020 just blew the projections out of the water and ended up with 7 million gallons a day more than for demand than we thought we needed. So every time I bring this up, I keep asking, how do we know our projections are right now? How do we know they're correct? So, and let me ask you this. You said we brought on 6,000 to 7,000 new customers in the last year. And you are planning for 26,000 in the next few years. Is that, was that part of this, this scary chart, right? Was that part of the projected demand, the 6,000, 7,000 we just got? And are you confident in the 26,000?
It is. So it's actually 23,000, so it's a couple short, but nonetheless, that's over 5 years. And the 6,000 that we have is incorporated into that 23,000, and it is planned for with these planned projects. So we're planning for, we are engineering for this inevitability of these projects coming online, which is what we're required to do.
So, you talked about the projects that are in the queue that you think we're good for, that have already been approved. But what about new applications that come to us for requesting more density, more new connections in that area coming up? I mean, we had one last land use hearing, and I've forgotten how many it was, but it was hundreds of, whatever it was new connections. And what we keep seeing is the water department's comment sheet in there that says, it's just a boilerplate. Every single time it's the exact same thing. It just says the agency conditionally supports the proposal, and there's an 8-inch water main within 50 feet of the place, but there's always this caveat that the comment sheet does not guarantee water or wastewater. You're going to determine that later. And most of these that we're getting today, those comments were made back in January. The one we got last, that was true for the one we got last month. The comments were last January. So are you comfortable with us, with those recommendations that you've made, that we're going to keep seeing every land use hearing, that we should approve, continue approving on your department's conditional support? Or is this where you would say we need to hold the line until April and stop approving anymore?
Yeah, I'm at that place, Commissioner, where I need to see these improvements in place and see the service improvement to our existing customer base before I can, with a straight face, approve yet additional customers to be added to that base down south. So if the language that we're providing, the commentary, the responses and rezonings or development reviews, if it's not strong enough to that point, we will definitely look back at that language to make sure that it's sending the right message. I believe our engineers and our planners, when they go through this, I believe that caveat that they're throwing in there, that service may not be available, is there, is there warning, is there flag raising or waving rather? If that's not strong enough, we can go back and look at it. But again, what happened in January with some of those reviews and some of those commentaries, again, the realization is after this past spring, we're going by a playbook. We're going by a set of rules, and we look at, are these conditions met? And we're responding accordingly. But clearly, the service levels are not satisfactory, and that's where we have to reevaluate what we're doing to increase levels of service so that customers are satisfied that we're meeting their expectations. Clear.
Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cassidy, for your report. It has been obviously something that I believe this board has been very concerned about. Last year, we had, I think it was a comp plan workshop presentation that gave us estimates of possible growth to our area based on what we were anticipating in terms of population growth for Hillsborough County. And I don't know what that number, I can't pull it out of the top of my head, what that number was, but it was stunning at that time. And when we look at how we plan for our growth. I'm hoping that, Mr. Cassidy, that your estimates are using those population growths in determining how we meet that, irregardless of where it is in the county. But I also recognize that if we take a look at your chart again, that during 2005 and 10, it appears as though our demand fell significantly during that time period. Well, if you look at the real estate market during that time period, right after our mortgage crisis disaster that this country faced, much of the building in the area stopped, much of the housing purchases were stopped, many of the homes sat vacant for a bit, and as a consequence, there was little to no landscaping being watered. And you made mention earlier that when new homes come on board, that the higher demand of water usage is higher because we're putting in the landscaping, we're watering the yards, we've got new homes on place, and that is when it is a single family development where you have homes and yards. You know, there's a lot more water usage versus maybe a multifamily type of a structure or a townhome type of structure where there's less landscaping around the property. The reason I'm asking that is that we do have the Florida First landscaping recommendations. They are not required of any new development, but it would appear as though there's evidence to suggest that it may be something we need to get a little stronger. Voluntarily, it would be great for developments to consider using low water types of landscaping as a means of helping with the problem. But if we're going to take a look at that chart, it's very evident that when homes stop being built, new homes start coming online, that our water usage was much lower at that time. So I believe that part of this conversation needs to take into consideration what's in the pipeline and how do we move forward responsibly in approving not only the applications, but staggering the COs to deal with the available water for our communities. But additionally, take a look at what we've got coming online so that during those dry seasons when waters are very, very limited because we're in a dry season, that taking into account the impact of having landscaping that has to be watered and other than having it die is something to consider. I don't know that we actually have it as a requirement at this point. But if we keep growing at the rate we are, and based on those projections, I need to see where we have estimated, if those numbers are met, that we have a plan, a financial plan, as well as a infrastructure investment plan to meet the water requirements of new projects coming online. Because the regular usage did not appear to be as much, it didn't grow as much, except for in areas where we saw significant growth, which we have seen in South County based on the development that's occurred. So, Mr. Cassidy, are you on board with what I just suggested in terms of, or do you agree that new landscaping tends to be the bigger driver of excess demand over a normal house per capita usage?
Commissioner, you know, everything that we are seeing down south is suggesting, to your point, that it's landscaping that's driving a significant amount of the demand. So we put in our once a week restrictions. You know, we've made guesses on maybe what the impacts of that were to improve the demand. We've shifted the timeframes. Water restrictions, just because I've been in this for a long time, you know, our customers and people in general are creatures of habit, and it takes them a while to adjust to change. And so we may not have seen the full positive impact of the watering restrictions back in the spring. It may be more this coming spring and more the following if we were to keep it on, although we've suggested that we would eliminate or suggest eliminating the once per week watering restrictions once these improvements are in place. But, you know, I think it's clear if you look at what happened in the spring, down south, 71 million gallons was our peak day. And we're at, 40, 44, 45, 46, but with 25, 26 million gallons of water in the springs going on the ground. So if there's some way to push that to the rainy season and ease it a little bit, if there's some way to encourage the development community to revise some of their landscaping standards, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, because we're putting drinking water on the ground.
Thank you for your response, and I appreciate that. And I do, I appreciate people needing nice yards, but I also appreciate having a fire hydrant work when somebody's house is on fire. And I put that at a higher priority. So if staff could bring back to us some recommendations on how we could adopt potential landscaping standards in areas where there is high growth, or and we'll continue doing higher water restrictions if need be, but clearly we have a supply and demand problem that must be faced if we're going to have people have safety in their homes, hospitals with water, and high quality water standards that are going to meet the health department's requirements. And I'll stop there.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as I understand it, you have these projects in the work here in the county. I also understand Tampa Bay Water is working on their own projects that are on various different timelines to deal with this. And I also know that you've been working very closely together, triaging this on a regular basis. To sort of pick up, what I'm trying to get my arms around is where in the land use approval process and in the process of something going from a concept to a turnkey residence for someone or a commercial location, where in that process does this issue get dealt with? You say that we have things that are in the queue, and I'm sure there are things over the years that have been approved that are in the queue, and they come to you for permitting, haphazardly, so you can't really predict what's coming when. Who and where is the decision made? If you're if you're uncomfortable, where does the decision get made to say we can't handle this? Because the thing that I think we're all struggling with is that we're putting new things into the pipeline, and at some point, somewhere along the way, real life capacity has to enter into a decision someplace. Now to analogize this with the situation we have with school capacity, my understanding is that there are actually projects that are stalled because there isn't school capacity in the area where they are supposed to go, and they've stalled, I guess, at the permitting stage. Yes, is where things have stalled. So my question for you is that where ultimately the rubber is going to meet the road with this, or is the rubber supposed to meet the road here? I mean, we have to treat all these applicants the same, and we can't pick and choose on the board what we're going to approve and not approve based on this. We have to have a policy of how we're dealing with this. And is the policy going to be here, or is the policy going to be with you? Are you the one that's going to decide when and how things should move forward? I'm trying to figure out where the decision gets made and who makes the decision, and how we can make sure that we're being consistent and looking at the whole picture.
Yes. Commissioner, if I could address that in terms of the process. So there are three really stages of development. There's the zoning stage, which is here. It's the entitlement of the process of the project. When a project is zoned and moves into permitting, either applying for a preliminary plat, which will lead to cut lots on which homes can be built, or a site development plan for a multifamily project, that's where the concurrency test is applied. And we have the test for water, wastewater, just like we do with schools. And so I think, so that is the point at which a project gets a stop or go based on the availability of public facilities. So take a residential project that is zoned for number of units, it comes in for platting, the demand is evaluated versus the ability to supply to meet that demand. And by demand, what I'm speaking to is the level of service that's in the comprehensive plan. What you hear is maybe a different level than perhaps customer expectation may be. That at that point in the platting, if adequate capacity is available, it can move through that process, move to construct the subdivision infrastructure, cut the lots. And when we have cut lots, that capacity that would be consumed by that project is sort of vested capacity in the system. So once a project comes in the typical system to pull a building permit, it has already passed those infrastructure availability tests, and that demand for that unit is reserved. It's a little different than at the zoning stage, where there's not necessarily an imminent development when it's zoned. It may be right around the corner, or may not be. So the capacity is not held at the zoning stage. It's really at the platting stage, and once it moves past that, building permits under normal circumstances can be issued once the lots are platted. So it really is the stage after this that the actual availability of the water supply or schools or any other regulated infrastructure is reviewed.
So where does that leave us in terms of our role in safeguarding this process and making sure that, I mean, we have a responsibility, just a blanket responsibility to provide, reasonable water capacity. I mean, I'm having difficulty with this distinction between, I understand exactly the point between meeting customer expectation and minimum standards. My response is, look, we all know what level of water pressure is necessary to live in a house comfortably. What is our role in that evaluation?
So in that stance, the board generally sets the level of service that we measure development against. So that's something that is a standard that's in the comprehensive plan, and based on this discussion, it may be something that there may be value in looking at to see whether that bar is set at the appropriate level. Yes.
Yeah, I think that ought to go very high up on our to-do list to take a look at that, because it sounds as though, Mr. Cassidy is pointing out that there's a real-world difference between expectations and requirements here. But again, I guess, Commissioner Smith and I being on Tampa Bay Water, because I don't want to speak for her, but I will say that, I have a lot of confidence. I feel like Tampa Bay Water and our county water department are both taking this problem very seriously and doing everything they possibly can to, and when I say problem, I think the problem is that the projections were wrong, and the entire plan for how much water we needed just wasn't adequate. And I think that everybody's really stepped up their game to get us as quickly as possible to where we need to be. There's a lot of uncertainty as to how some of these interim fixes are going to work. I'm just trying to help us get our arm around what should be happening to make sure that we are seeing in real time how water delivery is being affected by the decisions that we make, and knowing that in April when these things come on, they're going to be evaluated, and things are going to be evaluated for permitting or for occupancy, based on their performance. Maybe Mr. Cassidy could speak to that.
So the proof is in the pudding, Commissioner, and you're absolutely spot on. My position right now is I want these interim improvements made and see really how effective they are. Now, regardless of where you are, this is a large utility, and no matter where you live and no matter what part of the county you live in, we do have customer calls related to pressure, odor, quality of water, and we're on their doorstep in a minute. I would expect that we're going to resolve the lion's share of any of the pressure issues down south. There still will be one or two or three, I suspect, that come up, but that would be always. Something that I shared with one of the other commissioners in a briefing is that, it's not uncommon for us to go to a residence that has had issues with pressure and come to find out, really and truly, it's a water softener that has clogged. It's an aerator on the faucet that needs to be replaced. And so we're there to help. At the end of the day, we want our customers happy. It's important to us. To your point, I want to see these improvements in place. I want to see the results of those improvements.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'd just like to jump in for a minute here. I just think this is really, really difficult for us to figure out what to do here. And I think there's a little bit of some mixed information, and I think it's important to move ahead with clarity. And I just want to thank Commissioner Smith. You have dogged this for a year and a half. We wouldn't even be talking about this, I think, but for the information that you keep bringing forward and kind of teasing out and trying to identify, how this process moved forward. And, I'm not sure exactly what we're saying for the next next April is 8 months. I understand that we don't have the stress on our system that we have come May and June until, we get, when we start getting more water and everything isn't as dried out. I also understand the landscaping issues and what, more than I understand 50% of water usage is landscaping. However, it's not the landscaping that suffers. It is when, as we've heard, somebody turns on the spigot to get water to drink and it's not there, or to take a shower or other things. So the two are integrated. So just talking about the landscaping or even doing things are not going to remedy, I don't think, the issue of turning on the spigot and resolve it, even though it's a good point to be made. There's also, the already, as Commissioner Smith pointed out, this is, I feel like we're not reaching a tipping point. We already tipped over it. That's my point. We have tipped over the tipping point, and we have to figure out what to do. As Commissioner Smith also pointed out, we already have, and this is only applying to south of the Alafaya, just for the public. The other parts of the county have different water systems, and that's not a problem. This is the service that is south of the Alafaya. We've already tipped over to a point, and I know Mr. Cassidy was using not meeting customer expectations. It's almost a euphemism or a very gentle way of, the reality is that there are people, even if there's one, but there's many more than that recently have not been able to turn on their spigot at their house and get water, have not been able to take a shower, despite what we say about our levels of service or about not meeting customer expectations. We have a problem here, and it's already here. And, we can get some relief for the next 8 months. My concern is that in the next 8 months, we keep piling on with adding new densities to this. And there's not a long-term fix, apparently, from what I can tell. There's a de minimis long-term fix in 2024, and then a full-blown fix in 2028. So, I feel like we're already over the tipping point. Now, we heard that from Mr. Gormley that we have zoning entitlements. We know that there's, from what I hear, or from what I heard said about this, is that the zoning entitlements that we already have in place, that are there, will, and we already know that we're already overburdened with no improvements, even the de minimis, coming to deal with what we already have. And we already have zoning entitlements up to 2028 in terms of what is allowed there. So, one thing is, so let's say you have a zoning entitlement right now to 1,000 places, but somebody tries to add in, and they're ready to build next month. This might be a question for Mr. Gormley. They come to us, they want a rezoning, they want to add 1,000 more or 100 more. It doesn't really matter. Right. But that they come, and if we were to give it to them and they get to the process of preliminary plotting first, although we don't have any water to add anything besides the entitlements. So so I guess what you're saying is, like, if we add more, they get to the process first. They get to do their 100 and invest and reserve that water, and then some of the entitlements that have already been out there come and they can't get water. With that seems to me would be the natural thing that would happen.
I believe what you described is correct. So you have zoned land, so you've got number of projects that are zoned. The capacity review and capacity reservation occurs when that project comes in for permitting preliminary plat. So that's the point at which that potential demand is deemed vested demand, as long as if it's sufficient capacity, they get a certificate of capacity for that development, and that then comes out of the available capacity. So in a general sense. And so if you have 5 projects and there's only enough capacity for less than 5, it's whichever project comes in first uses that capacity, much like the school issue. It's the zoning doesn't reserve that capacity. It's the actual permitting, at which point there's a commitment made that, we will provide services to that development. And I believe that's the group of projects that Mr. Cassidy referred to as there being enough capacity, those that have actually had a certificate of capacity issued to them.
That's the group. And Mr. Cassidy, can I ask a question? I'd just like to know. So right now, I know we've talked about our levels of service, but the fact is, and there are some people in May already, and there are people with low water pressure, as you described, at times during the early morning. Sounds like it reminds me of transportation. So during the early mornings and at rush hour times, basically, that the demand on water is so great already that there's people that can't get the water they need. And I'm not talking about landscaping, but I mean, I just want it to be real. This is like, to fill up a pan or a pot or take a shower or do that. That is already happening, and we don't expect to see that situation improve even de minimis until 2024. I mean, is that correct?
Commissioner, our situation is going to be significantly improved by next spring, this coming spring of 2022. So, it won't resolve all of them, but it's going to get most of them. And then we have subsequent projects behind these first two that will come online that improves with every year, up to a point where in 2025 we've got a new water plant, and we are 100% capable at that point in time.
Okay, so right now, if you get new, permitting requests at this moment, what will you be doing?
So permitting requests that are brand new, we'll look at where it is. If it's in the South County, quite frankly, until we have these new improvements on board, I would be hesitant to approve those or make commitments for capacity if that isn't in the planned queue. So, again, I'll go back to the statement previously. We've got 23,000 planned, approved commitments for certificates of capacity that are out there for the next 5 years. So those are going to be coming in, and so if you're talking about something in excess of that or on top of that, that would be where we would be really needing to look at the timing of those projects versus when we have water available. And again, I'll say it again, until our couple of projects are complete this spring and we see the effect of that, I am hesitant to approve anything going further.
Okay. And then I guess we should be getting feedback, like this board should know, because that's never been done before, correct? Ever?
Was that for me?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Could you ask your question one more time?
Has it
Commissioner?
ever been done before that you have denied, have denied permitting based on the water capacity?
Well, more so years ago on the wastewater side, not the water side. So the water availability it's something new to us. In the past, it's been mostly wastewater.
So, if anyone in South County goes forward, I also think there should be a feedback mechanism to us. And it seems like I always hear that, development wants to be, have certainty, and that's important. So I think also, for South County, a special notice within, the packet for anybody who applies for a zoning there, that due to the circumstances in South County, that, be forewarned that, we have this water capacity issue, and, a special warning, because I know that people that are doing the usual development are following or know this, but I think there's lots of others, I'm speculating, that probably don't know or don't understand this. I think we should make it, that we should be, the public should be very aware that we're trying to do something, the public that are experiencing these issues in terms of water capacity. And I guess, with that, I guess I'll just recognize for more discussion. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. This has been a productive discussion. We definitely have plans to address the water pressure issue in South Hillsborough County. We have short-term, what I call, shot-in-the-arm plans, intermediate plans, and long-term plans. Mr. Cassidy, really appreciate the fact that you helped me to prepare several months ago to go on a radio show in South Hillsborough County and talk about those plans. I've been out front and center in front of this issue, talking to residents about South County about it. We're getting there. It's clear that we have had some issues in the past, and it's clear to me that it's on the policy side, our side. Mr. Gormley, I like the suggestion that you brought up. I do think it's probably time to pursue a publicly initiated comp plan amendment that would perhaps change the minimum water pressure standards in the appropriate section of the comp plan. Is that something that you could get started on and let the board know what that process would look like?
Yes, it is. We will engage with Mr. Onita, Planning Commission staff, and initiate that, get that amendment initiated.
Very good. Commissioner Smith, I appreciate you bringing this forward. You've ferreted out an important issue that we have a policy problem. In which section of the comp plan is that, Mr. Gormley?
That will be in the capital improvements.
Okay, so we have a policy problem in the capital improvement element of our comprehensive plan, and it looks as if you've gotten the ball rolling on addressing that. Again, I can't stress enough that I've been visible and vocal. I've been out and facing the residents of South Hillsborough County and letting them know that there is help on the way with respect to this issue. Again, Mr. Cassidy, I appreciate your leadership on the staff side. I appreciate you always keeping me in the loop as the District 4 Commissioner as to what's going on down there, to helping me prepare when I'm speaking to residents. But giving the issue at hand here today in the context of this meeting, and given the information that Commissioner Cohen has ferreted out with respect to the safeguards that we have in place with respect to the platting side of the equation, I'm going to move approval of item B3.
It's out of order, because we're not on that right now. We're just having a we're just having a discussion right now. We haven't gotten to consent agenda yet.
Okay, I thought this was related to B3.
It is, but we're not, B3 isn't on the agenda. We haven't moved to B3 yet.
We're not taking up B3 along with this
No,
presentation?
this is very unusual, because we're just having this presentation and discussion.
Okay, very good.
And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And great discussion. And I just want to wrap up a couple of little things, well, a couple of other points. Because this is all theoretical and wonky about the process and about the policy, where the policy is. It's all kind of bureaucratic sounding for everyone except for the hundreds of thousands of citizens who live in our county south of the Alafaya River in our water service area. And that includes myself. So if this continues on the trajectory it's been, and if our projections of demand continue missing their target, and our problem gets any worse, I will be among the hundreds of thousands of citizens who will be turning on my water and finding water not safe to drink until I boil it. Everyone else will be washing their vegetables in the sink to saying, isn't that awful about South County? But it will be a third world situation in a good, large part of our county for hundreds of thousands of our citizens if we get this wrong. And, changing the comp plan certainly needs to be done in light of what we know, and looking at any place else we need to change our requirements. But a comp plan change takes 8 to 10 months minimum for all the hearing, the workshops here and at the Planning Commission, and the transmittal and the state and back for the adoption. And then there's a waiting period. So it's a long time before that's in place, and I'm hoping we'll be addressing this, you know, a little bit in some other ways. So, you know, the idea that, okay, we've got this policy, we've had it forever, of reserving capacity for water at this CO and plating stage. My question is, how's that working out so far? Because it hasn't. So if we're just going to keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, we're nuts. I mean, you know, we have to have assurances that this same process is going to yield different results. And you know, I think one thing we should do is, as I've said before, and I believe Mr. Cassidy agreed, is have more specific information come to us at the zoning stage, like we get for schools. The school comment sheet, they tell us, this high school and this middle school, if you approve this development, it's going to be 195% capacity. I mean, we at least, even though there's this other processes beyond, we are given that understanding of what we are approving and how it will impact schools with those zonings, and whether or not there's been a deal in the making with the developer for providing a site and where that site will be. And yet with the water, and you know, and we didn't need this kind of information with water for decades. Okay, so it's not that, but certainly now that we know what the situation is, we know we need more specific information, and I believe Mr. Cassidy agreed. I'm going to ask him again before I put words in his mouth, that these zonings that are coming to us with the rubber stamp boilerplate comment that is identical, zoning for zoning, from the water utilities that was done in January, before we really started taking a deep dive into the problems, that they should be more specific. And you know, if it's a zoning that's going to have add density with a lot of yards, that might be a different kind of evaluation, to your point, Commissioner Overman, than a zoning that's going to add density in a apartment building, you know, so that there's not that long. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the person to make that evaluation. Mr. Cassidy and his team is where we should be getting that level of review and then specific information to us, so at least we understand here what we're doing. And so, you know, that's why at the last zoning hearing, I asked for a remand to get more specific information from the utilities director about the thing in front of us. If that came back from the remand, and with Water Utilities Department saying, we're fine, this is included in the stuff, and by the time it comes, and given the kind of water they're going to need, we can do this, okay, great. You know, if it comes back and he says, you know, we're not going to be able to accommodate this until after we see the improvements come at the next stage or the next stage, well, that's important information for us to weigh in our decision. And so, Mr. Cassidy, am I putting words in your mouth, or would you like another look at some of these comments sheets that are coming that are very old and maybe not as specific as you might be able to make now?
Well, I definitely would say that if we were reviewing these today, our review and our comments would more than likely be different than what, you know, went into them 6 months ago or 9 months ago. And so I'm not sure how many we have in front of us right now, Commissioner, but, you know, definitely any that comes before us, we're going to be looking at them with a different lens, because I think it's important to see how that rezoning fits in with our planning projections, our future projections for water supply, the number of customers. I think it needs to be a hand in glove evaluation. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but certainly today is different than it was 9 months ago.
Thank you. That is answering my question, because I'm going to continue doing what I did at the last hearing and just asking for, sending rezonings that come to us asking for more density south of the Alafaya. I am going to continue asking for remand, as long as they've got outdated, old style comments from the Water Utilities Department. I'm going to be asking for a remand for a closer look with more specific information to, before it comes back to us. That is not a denial. That is a remand asking for just another look at the water information. As I say, if it comes back saying, from them saying fine, it's fine with me. For me, and I'll just end on this, it doesn't make sense for us to approve rezonings here and then just send them on their way without any knowledge of whether we'll have the water and exactly what the status is. We shouldn't, and we certainly shouldn't approve a zoning if we know that it cannot be built maybe 4, 6, 8 years from now until the big infrastructure comes online, because that's how we end up with zonings on the books that are grandfathered in and vested against changes that we make along the way. I have experience of multifamily zonings that were granted in the 80s on the Bay and the Little Manatee River that are just being built in the 2000s and vested against current EPC environmental protection standards. So they just go ahead and build according to the old rules when we now know better about how to protect our waterways with bigger setbacks or whatever it is. So I don't think we should just go ahead and be approving entitlements if we know that it's going to be a long time before these things, will be reviewed and looked at again. I think, that's my position, but certainly I think we need more specific comments from the Water Department to make our best decision about zonings moving forward in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman?
Thank you, and I'll keep this short. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Smith, because it has been the process that I'm concerned about. When we get to a place where we know we can't move forward because, there's not capacity there anywhere in the horizon that we can plan for, the issue I'm concerned about is our legal responsibility of not only making sure the services are there, but also having the legal ability to say no. Because we've had that challenge before. So if our process is creating that dilemma, where we've addressed it now that if a zoning is over, I think it's a 5-year period where they have to reapply, but we still have, zonings that were in place that were grandfathered, that will add capacity to the demand in specifically the South County area, that apparently we've grandfathered in and we have to deal with. So I need some guidance, and I think this is what the board is looking for, some guidance on how does our legal responsibility and process intersect when it comes to either existing permits, like the 23,000 that aren't online yet that are coming, and, and when it actually goes to CO, because as we've heard, it can be anywhere from 3 to 5 years before that project is ready for CO and ready to go, but they can't do anything because we don't have the capacity. So if in our planning process we're not adequately looking at our growth estimates to be able to make appropriate investments in our infrastructure, to be able to make sure the services are there, that has to be very forefront in every application we review. And I'm not sure how to incorporate that in the process, but I also need to make sure that the county and applicant have legal standing to work together to find a good solution for both parties. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very different topic for me, but a very good learning, education experience of what been shared this morning. But I do have a couple of questions I'd just like for us to think about. What do we do today as it relates to a water issue, the density, and zoning? Maybe we need a workshop that we can receive all the information that have been discussed right now with staff, and we make decisions at that workshop, because I don't think we can answer today. I mean, I appreciate the report that Mr. Cassidy has given us, but it's a lot. You know, we don't want to punish one person because we have a water shortage, and those individuals that want a hot cup of coffee in the morning, like me. When I get up first thing in the morning, I want a cup of coffee to get me going and all. And when you cannot get that, you're a little upset if there's no water. So we appreciate all the comments that have been shared by staff, but I just believe today we just need to ask for a workshop or more and ask them to come back in the workshop to give us all the information. Or do we tell staff to put a hold on everything, Mr. Cassidy's, the department, because it's going to affect the water issues that we're discussing and approving items today and those that have already been approved. So I think that's the decisions that we should make today, to give them some direction and schedule a board meeting so we can have more time to really talk about this. Because, you know, what I thought this would have been maybe a 30-minute discussion, an hour, in all of the projects on the land use we have coming right after this, and we cannot give the correct answer. So I just want to bring that to our attention to see that we can have some discussion.
And just for the record, I believe that we scheduled this in lieu of a workshop, so it is kind of a workshop of sorts, because we couldn't schedule the in fact, it was thought to be the best time to schedule the workshop. I believe that's how we arrived here, because it's very unusual, but I think appropriate, actually. And it was kind of to further, because there was some urgency expressed by the board. And so that's why this was put on this agenda, because it was, one of the best times. I think that's correct, isn't it, Mr. Gormley?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So with that, we will move into.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I had my hand raised.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I'll keep it very brief. I'm sorry, but I want to just respond to something that Commissioner Myers just said. I think it would be a very good idea to give the staff a chance to absorb what they've heard all of us say here today. I think that there's been a very clear articulation of what some of our needs are in terms of guidance as to how we're going to handle things moving forward. And it seems like making them make suggestions on the spur of the moment, maybe give Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Gormley, and Ms. Lundgren a chance to do that. I also think that if we're going to have a subsequent discussion, we should invite Tampa Bay Water to come as well and give us a briefing, because I find that what I hear at those meetings about the South County plans makes me understand it with more depth exactly what's going to happen when and what types of remedies will come from the individual projects that are in the works. They also can provide some geographic context for where some of these things are going to take place. So I feel like this has been an excellent discussion. There's a lot that's unfinished, though, and to Commissioner Myers' point, maybe the staff can come back to us with some suggestions of how we should move forward on a lot of these topics that have come up today. I'm not going to make a motion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. It was an excellent discussion, I think really important one as we move forward. And at this time, I'm going to, before we begin our first item, I'd like to take the opportunity to remind all of the speakers, including those participating in person at Saunders Library and those participating remotely, of our meeting participation process. When it's your turn to speak, I'll recognize you as speaker. For those participating in person at Saunders Library, I ask you to respect our social distancing guidelines, remain seated, and please do not approach the podium until I've called on you. Also, I'll just remind everyone that you're required to wear a mask at Saunders Library, here at County Center as well. And we ask that you please cover your nose and mouth, and even when you get up to speak, that you don't remove the mask, that you keep your mask in place. So thank you for all of that. And at this point, we will move to the consent agenda. And I've asked that we remove, or been asked to remove Commissioner Smith's item B3, which we'll take up after we approve the, approve the consent agenda. Do we have a motion for approving the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Okay. That is Commissioner Cohen, did I hear, and Commissioner Smith. So we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Smith to approve the consent agenda. Please do a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
Hagan.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, and before we take up B3, we're going to ask the clerk to administer the oath this morning.
If you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will move to item pulled from consent, item B3. And if we could have start Mr. Moretta with staff introducing this.
Good morning again. Joe Moretta, Development Services staff. Commissioners, item B3 is a rezoning proposal to plan development. It's located 30 feet south of the intersection of Sims Road and Ventana Groves Boulevard in Riverview. The request is to rezone property to plan development. The current entitlements on the site, there's a plan development that entails 147 mobile home park, 147 units, and there's also approximately a little bit over 20 acres, about 22 acres of agricultural rural zoning. Agricultural rural zoning permits a density of 1 unit per 5 acres and a minimum 5-acre lot. The proposal is to rezone the property to achieve an outcome of maximum 190 single-family dwelling units. Our staff has reviewed this, and we are recommending approval with conditions. ZHM and Planning Commission have also found that approvable and consistent. We're available for questions as may be needed.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Our board rules of order for land use hearings are a little complex when it comes to items pulled from consent. And after the administrator's summary, you arrive at a point where the, and this is Rule 12, number 3, if an item is withdrawn from consent, the applicant has a right to request a continuance, but the right to a continuance to the next land use meeting shall not apply in the event that the board elects to remand the application to the zoning hearing master for further review prior to the applicant presentation on the applicant. So this is that point, prior to the applicant's presentation, where I am going to ask the board to remand this application in light of the discussion we've had, and given Mr. Cassidy's comments too about these outdated water comment sheets. The one in this rezoning was page number 61. It's one of the old-fashioned boilerplate comment sheets dated January 28th. And given that this is a zoning south of the Alafaya that would allow 190 single-family units and a change from some mobile homes to a lot more single-family, I think it warrants more specific comment from the Water Utilities Department. And that's the only thing I'm asking for this remand, is that it would just go back, get more specific comments, and because we're changing the information in the case file, then it has to be a remand. Can't just happen on a continuance. Got to go back to the zoning hearing master and then come back to us. And as I say, if our water utilities is fine with that, I think that's fine. If they're not, one way or another, I think we should understand that before we take up this application. So that's my motion for a remand for specific information from the Water Utilities Department.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith. Do we have a second for a remand for the issue of water?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion, because I get very concerned when we have when we take something and sort of change the policy with one case. But on the other hand, we just had the Water Utilities Director tell us that in the future he's going to make that things are going to be subjected to a new review in terms of the level of commentary that they're going to provide. So I need to understand a couple things. First of all, how long is this going to happen for? If until the water department is actually up to date with what Mr. Cassidy said this morning?
Looking at the calendar, we have the opportunity to look at the backup and the comments for applications that would go to ZHM on September 13th or later. We have one zoning hearing master scheduled for next Monday. Those reports and comments are already filed and finalized. And there may be at least one, possibly two rounds of ZHMs that have occurred. Let's see, June. So probably one round of ZHMs that have already occurred that have comments that are already set and would not have an opportunity to be updated as been discussed. So about two months worth of ZHMs that the comments.
So it's a single-digit number of cases that would have to go through this process before the comments catch up with where we are.
Probably single-digit if we're talking south of the Alafaya.
Which from what Commissioner Smith said, we are. So we're talking about a limited number of items. How long would it take for someone to go through to get this done, do you think, for the water department? I mean, I'm assuming that they, based on what Mr. Cassidy said, that they know what they're looking for. What does this mean in terms of a delay?
I think that it shouldn't amount to much of a delay to change those comments. We may need to put our, confer as to what would be appropriate substance to be in those comments. But I think that it could be achieved for that September 13th hearing with our filing deadline still being met.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you've been on the commission since November of 2016 and have had nearly 5 years to bring forth a policy initiative to this board that addresses the water issues south of the Alafaya River. Commissioner Smith, you've been on the board since November of 2018 and have had nearly 3 years to bring forth a policy initiative that would address the water pressure issues south of the Alafai River. This item was originally on the consent agenda. There is no community opposition to this item. I do not believe that a single application should be caught in the crossfire on a broader policy issue, which seems to rest with our capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, which I'm anxious to address. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm thankful that Mr. Cassidy and his staff have everything in the works to address this issue, short term, the intermediate term, and the long term. So with all that being said, I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve item B3. I think what's going on is unfair to that applicant.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to approve this by Commissioner White.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I can appreciate all the comment, and this is kind of why I asked the issue associated with our legal standing in our process. But if you look in the backup here, when you look at the conditions regarding design exceptions and administrative variance, when you scroll down to the exceptions, when we address the water issue, which utility service area, urban service area, site should be serviced by Hillsborough County Water and Wastewater, it's made very clear that the wastewater is going to be served by the problem we just described. And there's no comment there. There's no exception in the file currently as it stands. So I would be willing to support a remand to give the water department, under the circumstances given where we are, an opportunity to provide either an exception or a ruling associated with where we truly are. Not to stop the project at this moment, but to indicate that we've heard today there should be an exception and comments associated with that. And it does not appear to be in the backup. I mean, unless I missed it. I'm looking for it, I'm not finding it. And to your point, Commissioner Smith, regarding, the basic language that is in our backups for approval, I think it would be actually unfair to the people that will ultimately end up living there by letting this be approved the way it stands today. So I would not be supporting the motion.
Madam Chair, as a point of order, Commissioner Overman did refer to wastewater. Did you mean potable water, or?
It said water, wastewater, I believe. Let me double check that. I'll go back and look at it. It says utility service is water and wastewater. So it was both water and wastewater. And there was no exceptions listed there. Yes or no was not answered. So there's no comment from our utilities director specific to this file as far as an exception, given the demand needs of this area and where this project will lie for 190 single-family homes.
Commissioner Smith, you recognized.
Yes, just to point out, a remand is not a radical punishment or any such thing. It's a request by this board for a little more information before we make our decision. We have a remand later on this agenda that was requested, I believe, by Commissioner Hagan for some information about flooding, remand or continuance, I'm not sure which. I thought it was a remand.
It was a continuance.
Continuance. Well, I mean, same thing. So continued for another hearing, remanded for another hearing. It's not a given that when something comes through this door, we're going to give them an approval just like that without making sure that we have all the information to do so. As we've said, changing the comprehensive plan policy to match customer expectations is certainly a fine thing to do. but it's a very long procedure. And in the interim, you know, sometimes as we change policy and change course and get new information, people do have to readjust. And you know, I apologize for the inconvenience to the applicant, but I mean, we had applicants who got kind of caught in the crosshairs of your moratorium suggestion, and the idea was, well, you know, we're going to take a break and we're going to see, and we've taken a moratorium for well over a year to look at the rules and make sure we're doing things right in Southeast Hillsborough County. So I just want to make sure that it's understood that asking for a remand is not an onerous thing, and it's not making an example out of one person. I asked for the same thing last time. I'm going to ask for the same thing every time until our water utilities comments catches up with the information that they feel is specific to the new situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say, this is not some drastic end-all, you know, action. It is simply, as Commissioner Smith said, an action for, you know, more information. I think it's really, I appreciate the fact that you brought this forward. I think it's a responsible thing for us to be doing. And as Commissioner Overman pointed out, the language that we have, you know, that we already included, that we would be approving, should we, you know, approve this without a remand, without it being altered. So, and again, I'll thank you, Commissioner Smith, for bringing forward this information in such a, you know, to just really be having dogged this issue so that we can get on top of it and handle it responsibly, because we haven't had this information in the 4 years that I've been on this board, I can tell you. And even on my year in Tampa Bay Water, early on, before you were on Tampa Bay Water, this information was not available. So at any rate, at this time, you know, I will not be supporting the substitute motion, but I see no further comments to be made by board members. So with that, if we can do a roll call vote. And this is, again, on the substitute motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Myers, to approve this.
Kemp,
No.
Cullen,
No.
Myers,
No.
Overman,
No.
Smith,
No.
White,
Yes.
Hagan.
Yes.
Motion failed 2-5. Commissioners Kemp, Cullen, Myers, Overman, and Smith voted no.
Okay. We're back on the initial motion, the original motion to remand this. That motion was made by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Cohen, and I see no further discussion at this time.
I just
Yeah.
announced the remand date would be September 13th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And that gives our departments and staff sufficient time to reevaluate the demand that would be necessary by the capacity asked?
I believe it will be, yes.
Okay, so we would assume that there might possibly be conditions applied in that section of the report that would indicate water and wastewater capacity?
We'll get with utilities and make sure that we're providing the appropriate information, whether that's in the form of conditions or revised agency comments.
Excellent, thank you very much. That's what I needed to know.
Okay. And seeing no further discussion at this time, we're on the original motion for remand, made by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Please do a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes?
Cullen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes,
Smith,
Yes.
White,
No.
Hagan.
No.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Hagan and White voted no.
Okay. Thank you. And prior to this, we did approve but for this B3, we approved the entire consent agenda. So anyone that is a Section B item, your item's been approved, and B3 is on remand at this time. And we're now on the public hearing. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E1, which is the first public hearing of the day. This is a personal appearance 21-0360. It's located on the southwest and northwest corners of U.S. Highway 301 and Stelling Drive. It's approximately 4 acres. It's located in Riverview. Commissioners, this is a planned development. Planned development currently allows 33,192 square feet of neighborhood commercial uses. As you know, neighborhood commercial also allows office use. This particular planned development has conditions that specifically requires some type of architectural treatments. The conditions include that at least 60% the horizontal length of each facade along roadways and or parking areas shall be comprised of windows, shutters, transoms, awnings, porches, doors, recessed entryways. It also requires that at least 2 from a list of design features have to be utilized on certain elevations. And the list includes things like dormers, cupolas, awnings, porches, columns, arcades, pilasters, and horizontal banding. Additionally, exterior walls shall be externally clad with brick, stone, stucco, wood slats, vinyl slat, and slat style siding, and it also indicates that unsurfaced cement or block shall not be utilized. There's also a condition that requires a roof shall have a minimum pitch of, I'll just spare you the pitch, but it has to have a pitched roof. The applicant is requesting to have some relief from that requirement only on commercial buildings and only with respect to the roof pitch requirement. They're proposing to retain all the requirements, including the roof pitch, for the office buildings, and is only seeking some relief from the roof pitch condition on the commercial buildings. All the other architectural conditions that I noted will be maintained. When our staff reviewed this, our staff was of the opinion that we felt that the conditions maintained a level of compatibility with the surrounding area that we felt that was appropriate. I will tell you that the Planning Commission staff has a different perspective on that, and so you may want to hear from them on this particular application as they can share that perspective without me, putting words out there in their place. But DSD staff is recommending approval with conditions. We're available if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, if we can have is the applicant present?
He is.
And you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group, representing the applicant. Mr. Moretta actually did a really good job, and the whole first page of what I was going to say, he just repeated. So I will skip to, we believe that this is compatible. Staff agreed with us, which we appreciate. Mr. Moretta just walked you through. There are still multiple architectural requirements in place for the commercial structures, and the roof pitch stays in place for the office, any office use we would put in. We're still under 20% under the allowable.
Excuse me for 1 second. I just want to check with the attorney's office. Is this, is this F1, the motion to vote for additional evidence? At E1.
You're on E1.
So I'm so sorry. Keep going.
That's all right. We are well under the maximum FAR allowed already. Most importantly, I think we worked extensively with the neighbors to put together a buffer and screen proposal that they were happy with, to the point that, and I'm going to put it on Elmo. I don't know that I can see what I put on the Elmo. I've got other stuff to put later. Is it happening? I'll just editorialize and say I miss being in the commission chamber. Is it on? There it is. I can see it in one of the many windows. This is a support letter from Mr. John Dowdy, who lives in the neighborhood to the west. He has made a point in this letter, and I put it in evidence ahead of today if you wanted to look at it. He lays out the various mitigation strategies, including fencing and evergreen shrubs, the things that we worked out with him. And I'm just going to quote him saying, quote, "These changes, meaning the mitigation strategies, have a direct impact on the residential development to the west. A pitched roof does not have an impact." And to the issue of compatibility, just real quick, it's going to be Elmo intensive. I wanted to walk you through kind of where we are. I think you can see that. I don't know if it's zoomed in enough for you to see. Actually, start with this one. In blue is the site. To the north, there's a Marathon. To the south, there's a car wash. To the east, there's a CubeSmart self-storage, and a Mandola's, and a Sprouts, and a Longhorn Steakhouse. Just to show you kind of the way the roofs are working on commercial buildings. This is that CubeSmart, no pitch. This is the Mandola's, just to the south, no pitch. This is the Sprouts, no pitch. This is the Longhorn Steakhouse, no pitch. This is on the west side of the road, this is the car wash area with no pitch. As we move, to the south of the car wash, there's a medical office center that does have a pitch, which is exactly what would happen in our development. And then on let's see, what's next, is the Aspen Dental. So this is on the west side, just south of the medical office center. That center, no pitch. South of that on the west side is this K Jeweler and Vietnamese restaurant, no pitch. On the east side, there is the Moe's, and here's the Chick-fil-A. After seeing all that, just to show you kind of our architectural drawing, that's what we sort of propose as a potential commercial building. Again, we do have all those enhanced architectural features, the enhanced exterior materials, the amount of windows, the fact that the face has to be finished on all sides. In short, we believe it's compatible and would ask for your approval. And I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And with that, do we have opponent testimony? Opponent testimony, is there any opponents?
No one's lining up in the hearing room.
Thank you. Is there any amended recommendations by Development Services?
No, ma'am.
No.
And with that, I'm assuming the applicant waives rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do we have moving to board discussion, do we have any?
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second. Okay.
I think we have 2 motions to approve and 2 seconds, so I already have but Commissioner Cohen, did you make the motion to approve? And and the second was by Commissioner Myers. And so at this time, seeing no further discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to load up a graphic real quick. Commissioners, this is item E2 on the agenda. It's personal appearance 21-0591. It's located on the northwest corner of East Sly and Arney Road. The planned development is approximately 3.44 acres large. This is a request just to modify the site plan. It does not entail any additional entitlements. It entails moving a building. Refer to the graphic. The existing plan has a 6,000 square foot building.
You can't hear him.
Mr. Moretta, I think there is, I was also having some difficulty hearing you. If our technology department or someone can get that a little more clear, a little more volume.
This may help. We have an additional microphone now.
Okay.
I'll refer to the graphic. The existing site plan has a 6,000 square foot building in the southwest area of the site. They're proposing to move that footprint to the northwest area of the site. There's no new entitlements. It's only a site design change internal to the site. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
And is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's, is the applicant present?
Good morning, Commission. Yes, applicant is present. Jairus Barbie, 8345 Gun Highway, Tampa, Florida, 33626, principal planner of Beacon Civil Engineering. We're just here today to ask for this minor modification to the plan development to really relocate the building as discussed previously, and to relocate the on-site stormwater retention to an additional piece of property that the client has purchased that was formerly vacated railroad. Those rights and easements for the use of that stormwater will be shared with the rest of the users from the plan development in the minor modification as moving forward from there. I would be happy to answer any questions at this time. Other than that, we agree with staff recommendation and condition as presented.
Thank you. And with that, is there any opponent testimony? Any opponent testimony?
No, ma'am, I don't see any queuing up in the hearing room.
Thank you. And is there any amended recommendations by Development Services?
No, ma'am, we haven't.
Okay, and
No changes.
applicant, assuming the applicant's waiving rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to board discussion. Do we have a motion or?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you moved approval? Okay. And Commissioner Myers was a second. Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Please do a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman? Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And now, we move to our regular agenda, and we'll have that request for additional evidence. Do we do that prior to any other discussion?
You can proceed with that at this time. That request was made on item F1 by Ms. Annette Reynosa and was not qualified to be considered by the board. I did speak with Ms. Reynosa, advised her about that standard, and understand that she is probably unable to participate today. So I would ask that the board proceed to deny that request.
I'll move to deny additional evidence on F1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Myers to deny additional evidence on F1. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. Please do a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item F1 on the regular agenda. This is a rezoning for a plan development 21-0297. It's a 19.4-acre site located in Sufner Mango. The current zoning is AR, which permits 1 unit per 5 acre, and RSC 6, which permits approximately 6 units per acre. Additionally, there was a comp plan amendment. The comp plan currently is Res 9, which permits a maximum of 9 units per acre. The request is for a 140-unit apartment complex for elderly residents to be located on the west side of the site. There's an existing church on the site as well that will be maintained. I will note that staff is going to be, we've already handed out a condition electronically, and there will be a term change or terminology change in the conditions to change from elderly residents to older persons. Elderly residents is not a defined term in our code. Older persons is. So we're making that change. The applicant's aware of it as well. Commissioners, when we reviewed this request, the biggest issue that we dealt with was along the western property line. I will tell you that the project is going to be 45 feet in height, a 4-story building. In dealing with that issue, staff worked with the applicant, and they're providing some additive separation along the western property boundary, which will be 70 feet. They've also provided additional screening in that area. Just to give you some context, the current code requirement is 55 feet. If it were to be calculated, the applicant has agreed to provide 70 feet. And in terms of the screening, the applicant along the westerly boundary would be required to put some type of 6-foot screen. They've committed to a cement wall. And additionally, they bumped it up to what we call a Type B screening. Type A is what's required there now. It just requires some planting and a 6-foot vertical screen. The Type B introduces a row of evergreen shade trees, which are to be planted at a 2-inch caliper and not spaced more than 20 feet apart. So in our perspective, we feel that the tree planting, the combination of the separation that's above code and also the screening that's above code, we felt that along that property line that we could be supportive of the placement of the building on the site plan as it exists, or as proposed, I should say. The applicant is requesting some relief of the requirement on the northern boundary. They're requiring or asking for a 5-foot reduction would otherwise be required, but they're offsetting that by requiring more screening in an area where the code would not require planting. They're committing to doing trees in that area as well, the same type of trees planned that they are planning for the western site, portion of the site. And additionally, they've committed to a PVC screen fence in that area where the code otherwise will leave it optional. So all those things in total, staff is recommending approval with a change condition that we noted, and we're available for conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, if we can go to the applicant. Is the applicant present?
So sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, good morning.
You
I'm
have
Michael
10
Horner.
minutes.
Thank you very much. I won't take half of that. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, representing Blue Sky Communities, as well as the Catholic Diocese and St. Francis Catholic Church of Assisi. We have worked diligently with staff, as Joe mentioned. We have worked diligently with the neighbors to the west. As was referenced, this was approved unanimously by you, board members, some months ago. I want to say first part of 2021 for a comp plan amendment to Res 9. At that hearing, I believe it was Commissioner White, upon hearing some testimony from a Miss Restivo, Mary Restivo to the west, that indicated she would like to pass a petition to deny this, which took our breath away. But Mr. White, Commissioner White indicated, wait until the PD plan is actually filed and we can work together with the residents and the applicant. And I'm here to tell you that that work effort took place over months, and I'm very grateful that we've had that opportunity. I just finished up a phone call yesterday for a good part of an hour with Mr. Restivo. And while this may not be the perfect solution, it certainly is a good solution. and we went above and beyond on behalf of Blue Sky to offer those additional restrictions and protections. I can just give you a brief orientation, Commissioners. This is the site. This is the St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church. We have Mango Road. We have a county park to the north, and we have a county park to the northeast, and we have a few residents to the west, which is Presidential Manor. This is Mango Elementary, large shopping center to the southeast. So this was the plan, Commissioners, that we initially filed as part of the comp plan amendment. And again, this was the plan that generated some concerns, and I think rightfully so. This was our first sketch. It had the building kind of cornered into that northwest quadrant and parking to the east with a reduced setback. Neighbors were not too excited about that. Staff also asked for some revisions, obviously. We then came back working with the neighbors and agreed to remove that building, slide it east, break up the mass, have an internal courtyard. We now have a 70-foot buffer when only 55 feet is required. Again, this is the county park to the north. We agreed to a precast concrete wall for the building portion frontage, as well as tree plantings, as well as fencing on the north side. Looking closer, Commissioners, on the detailed plan, I want to point out that this was an access drive that was initially proposed for emergency access. Staff objected to that and said we'd like to have that open. Some of the neighbors agreed with that, not all of them, but I think the majority was they would also like that access connected. So Father Edison of the church said we will not close any gates on neighbors, and addressed us, directed us to go ahead and amend that plan for the full access. And by the way, it's open right now. So we are facilitating that to continue. This is an elevation that we proposed at the zoning hearing masters, or all these exhibits. You can see this is a fairly attractive elevation of what's proposed. This is not the exact same project, but a similar blue sky community development, 4-story, no balconies, Commissioners, that will be facing outward anywhere, only passive recreation, and that 70-foot buffer will have no impervious surface in it. We agree with the addition of the condition that Joe proposed. Interesting, the title under 61151 is Housing for Older Persons. That's exactly what this is, a 55-plus community. So we agreed to the additional screening. This has unanimous recommendations of approval. We appreciate working with these neighbors. We think it's a good project. This is subject to FHFC financing. We certainly hope this will be a funded project, and they'll come back for construction, maybe a condition modification on transportation issues if necessary. But right now, we need the entitlements, so we want to file this with FHFC and move forward. I'm going to have Sean Wilson make a brief comment on behalf of Blue Sky Communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Sean Wilson, President of Blue Sky Communities, 5300 West Cypress Street. I want to thank the Commission, of course, for support on several developments that Blue Sky has already in Hillsborough County. This is a really exciting new one. It's 140 units. It's a joint venture with the diocese. And of course, I want to thank the folks at the diocese. They really brought us into this a couple of years ago. They wanted to do this kind of a development, and we worked out an arrangement. And here we are. And we do intend to submit an application for funding to Florida Housing Finance Corporation in September for sale funding, which would then be combined with the 4% housing credits, and hopefully be able to start construction next year. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would
Yes.
just note, I'm sorry. I would just note that Mr. Joe DeVito, attorney for the Catholic Diocese, is also remote if you had any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to proponent testimony. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the project? Hearing no proponent
have a-
test. Yes?
Joseph DeVito?
Yes.
Joseph, you're muted.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm General Counsel for the Catholic Diocese. I'm really here just if there's any questions. We fully support the efforts, and as Mr. Wilson stated, we sought Blue Sky out, having looked at a number of developers for the quality of the work. The church, like the county, thinks in terms of centuries, not profit, and we're looking to build something that will be an attribute to the community, as well as sponsoring different ministries the church will help support. And I simply ask for your support with it, and if there's any questions on behalf of the diocese role in this, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is no other testimony signed up, but I'll ask for opponent testimony. Is there any opponent testimony at this time?
There's
no one walking up.
So I'm assuming the applicant will waive rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am.
And with that, we'll move to the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 9 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The property is the subject of a recent comprehensive plan amendment wherein the future land use designation was changed from public, quasi-public, or PQP, to Residential 9. The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners voted unanimously to approve the amendment at their December 17th, 2020 meeting. Per Future Land Use Element Policy 1.2, the site must satisfy minimum density requirements. The maximum allowable density on the subject site is 143 dwelling units, and the minimum allowable density is 107 dwelling units. The application requests 143 dwelling units and satisfies this policy. The Residential 9 designation's intent is to designate areas that are suitable for low to medium density residential. The proposed residential development would allow for uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and satisfies the intent of the comprehensive plan's compatibility policies, as well as the Residential 9 future land use designation. The subject property is also located within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan, and the proposed residential development furthers the goals of the Seffner Mango Community Plan, which seeks to enhance community character and ensure quality residential development by supporting infill and redevelopment within the urban service area while providing for compatibility with existing uses. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, and that would be subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And zoning hearing master recommendation summary?
The zoning hearing master considered the request for rezoning of 19.4 acres from AR and RSC 6 zoning to a planned development to develop a 140-unit multifamily project for older persons over 55 years in age. The project is a joint venture between the existing St. Francis of Assisi Church, the Catholic Diocese, and Blue Sky Communities, which is the multifamily developer. A waiver is requested to the required 2-to-1 setback for building over 20 feet in height on the north side. A 45-foot setback with a 5-foot buffer will be provided. The zoning hearing master found that the waiver is justified by the applicant's commitment to increase screening on the northern side of the project. As you've heard, the Planning Commission found the request consistent with the Seffner Mango Community Plan and with the comprehensive plan and is in support. The zoning hearing master summarized the zoning hearing master hearing and the public participation there. Testimony that came in opposition from residents located to the west focused on requests to lower the height of the building that is closest to the single-family neighborhood. The applicant's representative testified that a neighborhood meeting was held at which time the request was made to lower the height of the building. The representative testified that the request was evaluated but could not be accomplished due to conflicts with the alignment of the corridors and required parking. The zoning hearing master found that this request for plan development zoning is compatible with the character of the area and consistent with the intent of the land development code and comprehensive plan, and therefore recommended approval.
And with that, we will move now to board discussion.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman. Was that seconded by Commissioner Myers?
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioner Smith? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers, Commissioner Smith. And seeing no further discussion, can we do a roll call vote?
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Mr. Moretta?
Thank you, Commissioners. This takes us up to item F2. Bless you. It's the rezoning plan development 21-0314 located at 13515 Lake Magdalen Boulevard, excuse me. It's a 50.5 acre site. It's Res 9 in the comp plan. The current zoning is RSC 4, and the rezoning is to a plan development to permit 42 single-family lots, quarter acre or larger lot size. Commissioners, if you recall, last time we were meeting with you, the previous board meeting, discussion involving this case, involving stormwater conditions. The item has been reviewed with the applicant and our staff, and the staff is proposing the two conditions that were shown on the change sheet. One of them deals with the design exception, and the other one deals specifically with the stormwater that was in question at the last hearing. We can go into a revisit of the proposal itself and the recommendations itself, but I believe that was discussed extensively. If you would like us to go back into that, we're available to do that. If not, then we can just leave it at the location where it's at now with the two revised conditions that were a follow-up to the last board meeting. So we're available to handle this however you'd like, and we are available if you need any questions. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. So at this point, do we open it for oral argument limited to the parties of record? Okay, excellent. So if there are the applicants available, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Michael Brooks, 400 North Champa Street, Suite 1910. And I have been sworn. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, David Weekly Helms. As Joe described, and you may remember, there was a question about the post-development stormwater treatment for this project. The condition that you have before you reads both as a narrative and a post-development requirement, the crux of which is that roughly 50% of this property currently drains into the Lake Magdalen right-of-way swale, which is hydraulically connected to the east side of the right-of-way at or near Nundy Road. The post-development condition will be that the stormwater will be directed towards the stormwater pond that you have on the site plan, such that the runoff into the right-of-way drainage system will be substantially reduced. And I have height design here today to answer any specific engineering questions about that. That's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you, sir. With that, we need to ask if there are any proponents of record to speak. Are there any? I don't, seeing none. Do I have any opponents, party of records? I don't have any listed here, so are there any in the room?
We have no one in the room stepping up to speak on the opponent side.
Great. So I assume there's no need for a rebuttal, but I'll ask for one in the event that the applicant would like to utilize that.
Just one last comment I forgot is that you also have a condition, some scrivener errors corrected regarding the design exception for right-of-way improvements. That is, applicant is in agreement with those, and so we would respectfully ask for approval based on those two additional conditions.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission staff, would you like to provide your report?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 and residential 9 future land use categories. The site is located in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The proposed single-family uses are consistent with the residential 9 future land use category. The subject property is surrounded predominantly by single-family and multifamily development. However, residential 9 is designated as suitable for low to medium density residential development. The maximum allowable density for the subject property is 126 dwelling units. The minimum allowable density is 94 dwelling units. The applicant is proposing 42 single-family detached dwelling units. The subject property is located in the urban service area, where according to policy direction in the future land use element, 80% or more of new growth is directed in the comprehensive plan. The application is not meeting the minimum density requirements. The applicant seeks an exception to the minimum density requirements as outlined in future land use element policy 1.3. The applicant provides a significant amount of historical information concerning the land use categories in the area. The applicant also states that meeting minimum density requirements would result in a multifamily development that would not be compatible with the residential development in the area. Staff acknowledges that the proposed single-family detached residential development would allow development comparable to the development pattern in the surrounding area. However, multifamily development is located immediately to the east and to the west of the subject property. Multifamily development would not be incompatible with the existing development pattern. The proposed single-family residential development is consistent with Objective 16 and its accompanying policies with relation to compatibility. The applicant also requests an access onto Lake Magdalene Boulevard and provides for internal circulation, which is consistent with future land use element policy direction. However, the application is not consistent with Objective 1 and Policy 1.2 of the future land use element because it does not meet minimum density requirements and does not satisfy the compatibility exception as outlined in Policy 1.3. The request is consistent with Goal 2 of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan, which seeks to reinforce community identity through maintenance and enhancement of the community's unique characteristics. New development and redevelopment are required to use compatibility design techniques to ensure appearance, mass, and scale of development is integrated with the existing suburban nature of each neighborhood. The proposed residential development is comparable and compatible to the existing development pattern in the area and is consistent with the vision of the community plan. However, the proposed planned development does not meet minimum density requirements and would directly undermine the intent of the urban surface area. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed planned development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
And can we have a zoning hearing master recommendation summary?
Yes, the zoning hearing master considered the rezoning of the subject property, which consists of approximately 14 acres located east of Ehrlich Road and Lake Magdalene Boulevard's intersection. The subject property is designated residential 9 on the Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan within the boundaries of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan and within the urban services area. The applicant has requested to rezone the subject property from RSC4 to PD to allow development of a residential subdivision with a maximum of 42 single-family detached dwellings on lots with a minimum area of approximately 7,200 square feet. The zoning hearing master found that the surrounding area consists of single-family, detached, and multifamily residential developments, and the proposed rezoning would allow, a residential subdivision with a maximum of 42 single-family detached dwellings is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and consistent with the vision of the Greater Carrollwood Community Plan. However, the zoning hearing master did find that the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use policy 1.2, which requires new development in the urban services area to occur at 75% of density allowed in the applicable land use category unless the development meets the criteria of policy 1.3. The minimum allowable density applicable to the subject property is 94 dwelling units. Future land use policy 1.3 provides an exception to the minimum density provision of policy 1.2 where one or more of enumerated criteria are met. However, the zoning hearing master evaluated those criteria and found that they were not satisfied as required to have an exception from the policy. The zoning hearing master concluded that a development that meets the minimum allowable density requirement would be compatible with the surrounding development pattern and would not adversely impact the surrounding development. And the recommendation, therefore, was denial of the rezoning request.
Thank you. And with that, we will move at this point to board discussion. Do we have,
Madam Chair, my hand's up.
okay. And Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I asked for the continuance during our last discussion because I wasn't comfortable with the existing stormwater conditions. I live about half a mile from the subject property, so I can attest to the stormwater issues in the area. I've read the new condition. It sounds good to me. However, I want to ask Adam. Adam, are you comfortable that the language is strong enough to address the stormwater concerns of the church across the street, as well as the surrounding neighborhood? I just want to make sure that that they are protected. Are you comfortable with the language that is strong enough that the revised condition?
Yes, sir, I am. We looked at that condition and worked with the applicant to draft that. And it does reflect what would be the post-development conditions, which would be a improvement of the stormwater situation, particularly on Nundy Avenue.
Okay, great. I want to also just thank the applicant for working with our staff to again, just to ensure that the surrounding neighborhood and church across the street are protected. And with that, I'm happy to move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman. And seeing no further discussion at this time, please take a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item F3 on the agenda. This is a rezoning, PD-21-494. The rezoning is from RSC2, which permits single-family development on half-acre lot minimums. Commissioners, the site is located at 6013 Brandon Circle, Riverview. Commissioners, the existing lot has a 2,724 square foot single-family structure on the lot. The applicant is proposing to change the use that's allowed in that structure and specifically condition through zoning a health practitioner office be allowed only. The applicant is also committed to operational hours for patients between 7:30 to 7:30 Monday through Friday. Also committed to pole lighting that's shielded, limited signage, and also will maintain the square footage and the home appearance of the structure as it is right now. It's an existing home, and that will be maintained. So with all those factors combined, staff felt that they could recommend approval of this, subject to the conditions offered by the applicant as we work through this. I will note that the zoning hearing master did find this to be a denial and it does have finding of consistency with the Planning Commission. We are recommending approval, I noted, with conditions, and we're available if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to the applicant. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, here for the applicant. I'm here with Mr. Damon Dye and his wife Laura. Damon is a licensed therapist, not a psychiatrist, and this is his recently purchased property. Madam Chairman, the Planning Commission supports this request and tells you it's acceptable to locational criteria inside the USA, consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. They find it consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the comp plan. It's located in the CMU 12 future land use category, which is a very intensive category, allows for urban intensity and density, retail and high density, and even industrial uses. What did Development Services say? You heard from Mr. Moretta. Along with the 7 conditions, it demonstrates sensitivity to adjacent residential, maintaining the appearance of residential, and recommends approval. They note the gradual transition of intensities. Let me orient you to the site a little better. So the site is located at 301 and Bloomingdale Avenue. And looking a little closer, this is the existing single-family home. It will remain as you see. And you see that there is commercial activity throughout the area, and there is residential as well. You can see the site is naturally buffered and secluded and provides buffering just on a natural basis. Now, critically, as your Planning Commission tells you, the site is located in the CMU 12 future land use category, which is all of this area, which is a very, very intensive land use category area. Looking at the specific plan and part of the conditions, the single-family home will remain the same, 20-foot buffering type B all the way around, and there's a number of the conditions that I'll go through with you. Now, the use is proposed as a serene, quiet, placid, comfortable therapist office. The existing single-family residential structure will remain as is. That's part of the conditions. Mr. Dye works every day with veterans and kids and families on a therapist basis. His only tool is talking. He's not a psychiatrist. There's no drugs of any kind involved. What's critical is that the site and the setting does not make people feel broken or different or shunted to a sterile office. It's a little, commissioners, it's a little bit like ALFs, where many years ago they were pushed and shunted into commercial areas, and then we learned that these are uses that need to be in the community, in the residential areas, so they don't feel that they're being discriminated or conditioned against. Now, there's a lot of conditions which the applicant has brought forward, and they're all listed 1 through 7, which includes the single-family home remain the same, vegetative buffer, 6-foot wood fence, 20-foot type B screening, a row of evergreen trees. In keeping with the residential appearance, any fence in the front yard will be a specific height, no stop sign allowed. Signage is limited only to minimal residential use. Pole length shall be limited, and office hours, as Joe has said, run from 7:30 to 7:30. With both agencies supporting this request, what is critical is that the hearing officer really made an incredible, impossible to understand, and cannot be accepted that her main thrust was that there was not substantial competent evidence. You've heard and will hear more from the planning establishment of Hillsborough County supporting this request. You literally have 20 pages of intensive, studied, sworn planning analysis from your 2 expert staffs supporting this request. The ZHM, we feel, also discounted and ignored that the CMU 12 existing future land use category, again, is a very intensive category and includes the entire area. The fact is that both the professional planners of the Planning Commission and Development Services find this request consistent and supportable, along with the mitigating conditions. We do feel the ZHM failed and erred to consider all the mitigations and conditions that are provided by the applicant, along with the natural existing buffering and conditioning. We also failed that the ZHM, or we also feel that the ZHM failed to accept and consider that the proposed use with extreme minimum activity, a daily mental health provider, would be a low-impact health office, which is also using a lot of telehealth calls and virtual calls. So, Madam Chairman and board members, with that, I would like to introduce Mr. Dye, who would like to speak with you for a few minutes as well, if we may.
Hi, good morning. My name is Damon Dye. I'm the applicant. My wife and I are the new property owners at 6013. We found this property absolutely ideal and serene. It was perfect. We wanted to provide this as our family business, mental health care for our community. Right now, we're probably dealing with one of the most challenging times again in our lifetime with COVID-19, the impact on families and communities that we experience and hear from them every day. Suicide hotline calls are up to 40%, I think, increased calls. I think we're in a position where nearly half of Americans are now reporting COVID-19 is impacting them on some mental health level. We also, here in Florida, depending on the data, between 43 and 49th near last have availability to mental health. So as mentioned in my hearing, I do work with veterans. I work with their families. I work with their children. I am from a family of veterans, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines too. And so they do provide, they do need a place that they can feel safe to let their guard down, feel like they can have a safe place to talk where they don't feel they're broken. Working with children, as mentioned in the hearing as well, they do at times can feel like a sterile environment makes them feel like they're there to fix something that's broken or something that's wrong with them. So this property was just perfect. It's quiet, it's serene. As mentioned, we just do talk therapy. We're not overnight, we're not a residential, we don't provide high psychiatric cases, we just do talk therapy. But as mentioned in the hearing, this property is very quiet. It's a low profile, so as mentioned in the hearing as well, there is still a stigma. Even in 2021, where Olympians, well-respected Olympians are coming out and saying, hey, you know what, it's okay to have anxiety, it's okay to talk to somebody. It's okay, panic attacks happen, we're human. But this is where we are, there's still a lot of fear about it. And so this property helps protect them, provides that safe place. It's absolutely ideal. So we need your help. We need your help. And we want to provide care, we want to be quiet, we want to provide just talk therapy. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to put one more photo up from the prior hearing. This is one picture that was in the file that showed the buffering and the natural setting of the site. I do want to emphasize that for Mr. Diner's family, this is their family business. This is what he works with every day. It's a very low impact. Anyone he sees typically is an hour, so it's very minimal impact in terms of people coming and going. The access point as you can see here, is away from the residential and more on the commercial side. So with that, we appreciate your attention and we hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, do we have any proponent testimony? Do we have any proponent testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I just would like to add that we appreciate
Excuse
your
me?
consideration and your help.
Yes, I'm
I am
sorry.
Laura Dye.
1 second. Excuse me.
Who do we have speaking?
Yes, so my name is Laura Dye. I am the co-owner of the property, and I just wanted to add that we really appreciate this opportunity to ask for your help. It is our family business, but more than that, it's our vision that we are available in the community to provide these services. And over 15 years, he's grown his base, and people in Riverview look to him. Pediatricians refer families to bring their children to him, and it's a much needed service, and it really is the ideal location for it, where people feel at ease, people feel calm, and they feel like they
excuse
can
me.
open up and share what they need to share.
It
Thank
sounds
you.
like it's finished. Okay. Okay. And I have no one signed up, but is there any opponent testimony?
Commissioners, thank you. I'm Danny Kushmer, 7407 U.S. Highway 301, and I represented the seller of this property, Miss Mary Brandon. Excuse me, ma'am. Recently, she had written a letter to me.
1 second.
If we could just pause for a minute, I'm looking for Mr., I'm sorry, I didn't get the last name, Cushman?
Kushmer, Kushmer. Are we okay?
Sir, did you speak at the zoning hearing, master hearing, or previously place anything into the record? Because
no, ma'am, I
I
had
do
not.
not have you listed as a qualified party of record at this time.
That is correct.
So with that, our process does require that participants at the board's land use meeting have qualified themselves as parties of record to participate at the board land use meeting. And because I don't see your name as a previous participant, you won't unfortunately be able to proceed to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've remedied some of that, but is there anyone else present that would be qualified to speak in opposition?
Yes, we have people coming up to the mic.
Good morning. My name is Brad Patrick. I'm an attorney. My residential address is 9507 Starlight Drive with my wife, Catherine, who could not be here today. The significant issue.
Okay. Go ahead.
The significant issue that was not brought to your attention is that this community is monolithically opposed to this proposal. At the hearing officer's recommendation, this motion should be, or this application rather, should be denied. The reason is simple. All of the things that were brought to your attention as being the benefits that this gentleman is trying to take advantage of in the community are what make the community unique. It is the reason that this single-family detached residential neighborhood, although it does have an overlay over it, needs to be understood in context. It is a neighborhood behind the school, behind the farm stand at the corner of 301 and Bloomingdale. It is a neighborhood. It is a place that is where residents live and walk with their children, and it is not a place that needs to be looked at in the same way as the commercial development along the 301 corridor. When you turn the corner and go behind the school, you're in a different place. As Ms. Finch identified, it is a residential neighborhood, and it is absolutely inconsistent with the future character of that neighborhood to allow us to put this gentleman's business in there. It's not about him. It's not about mental health, not about veterans. It's about making a change that will enable this property to be the first domino to fall in this community. My neighbors are here. They're angry about this. They do not want this to go forward, and we don't want to see the change to our neighborhood. It's very simple. The character of this neighborhood in Riverview is unique. It should not be the place that more commercial development should happen at a time when single-family residential excuse me, is on fire, where we're talking about tremendous demand for families. And this gentleman decided to buy this beautiful, of course it's beautiful, it's a lovely, quiet neighborhood. He wants to put his business in there. That's a one-way door. We don't want to see that happen. Commission is familiar with our neighborhood as a result of what happened with the building of the school. It's been very, very scrupulous in listening to the neighbors. You should listen to the neighbors now. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there in opposition?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, good morning.
There's
I'm
just
Joe
to
Schaff-
let you all know, you have 7 minutes and 18 seconds left.
Okay, I'll be very brief. Good morning, I'm Joe Shiver. I live at 9508 Starlight Drive. And as Brad said, this is a very unique neighborhood. One thing that has not been mentioned is this neighborhood has no sidewalks. This neighborhood has no street lights. The only way that we can get around with our kids and for us to take walks is on the side of the street. I take walks every single morning. I limit my kids and my grandkids where they can ride their bikes at the dead end part, but we have kids that live on that street that he wants to bring additional traffic to. Now, he's going to try to say that they're not going to be on the street south of his property. Well, unless he has somebody out there that's directing traffic every day, that is going to happen. People will find the least path of resistance. You take a right out of that house that he's at, and you have to go through the neighborhood. And he's talking about having no more than 1 per hour. Well, 1 per hour times 12 is 12 additional cars that are coming through that neighborhood per day. Now, he talks about military. I am former military. Talks about family. I have a family. Talks about kids. I have kids. Well, they all live in that neighborhood, and we've got to protect what is ours, what we moved there for, why we want to live there, and why we want to retire there. So thank you for your time, and please help us keep our neighborhood a family-friendly neighborhood that we all move to.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there in opposition?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, there's 5 minutes and 41 seconds left, just so you know.
Okay, my name is Chelsea Tavares, and sorry. I just want to say, I understand why the Planning Commission and Development Services approved it after reading through kind of the black and white of it. But I do feel the zoning hearing master considered our neighborhood as an actual neighborhood for what it is, for all the ways my 2 other neighbors have described it, rather than just a plot on the map trying to meet certain requirements. We do have veterans, families, and kids in this neighborhood, and while we support positive mental health practices, we don't feel that our neighborhood is an appropriate place for that. No single-family neighborhood is an appropriate place for that. This application is counterproductive to the housing element plans to protect existing housing stock by chipping away at the housing stock to make room for commercial when more appropriate locations already exist. Infill residential would make more sense here than what's being proposed. And the ZHM finding facts stated the neighborhood does not resemble an area in transition in terms of more intensive land use, and a health practitioner's office is not compatible with the character of the existing single-family neighborhood. So, like my neighbors who couldn't be here and my 2 neighbors who've already spoken, I ask you to please deny this application and adopt the zoning hearing master's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further opposition?
Yes, they're coming up now.
We're down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'm fast girl. I'm Jennifer Lind. I live at 6304 Brandon Circle. I agree with my neighbors in terms of everything that's been discussed. I would also like to add, if we refer back to the prayer that was provided at the beginning of this service, it was very clear that land is provided as a finite resource and that the choices we make regarding that land affect generations to come. I think that pretty much says it all. However, I'd also like to add that I own a private healthcare practice that involves healing. I do so in a commercial location. That's a matter of interior design. None of my patients, veterans, children, et cetera, are stigmatized by coming to a commercial property. They get just as much healing and benefit as they would in a neighborhood. Our neighborhood is not appropriate, and I ask that you deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more people present to speak? I see. It looks like.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Twyla Peña. Live in the neighborhood, 9605 Springbrook Drive. We've lived there for the last 20 years. My husband's a veteran, and so is my father, and we have raised our 3 children in the property. I also agree with all my neighbors, and I please ask you to agree with the zoning hearing master recommendation to deny the application and ask the BOCC to adopt it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aline Daniels. I live at 6009 Brandon Circle. My property adjoins this property on the north side. So I will be impacted by this, whether he limits the traffic or not, because everything is going to go by my home. I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and I'm also a member of the Brandon family, the founding Brandon family. And I assure you that the family developed this land for residential purposes and not for commercial. I strongly agree with the zoning hearing master, and I ask your permission, and I hope that you will see that our community and our neighborhood stands united and that we are all against this, and we ask that this be denied.
Is there anyone else present? There's 2 minutes.
Nope. No, ma'am. No one else is lined up to speak.
Okay. So that was it in the opponent testimony. At this time, offering rebuttal to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, for the record, again, Todd Pressman. Residential character is not exclusive to residential use. That's what both your staffs has told you, and your zoning code recognizes that as well. It looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. This is going to look residential, and it's going to act residential. More so than the other residentials in the immediate area on buffering and site planning. Looking back at this aerial, if we could pull that up, please. You'll see that there is access is in this point. There's absolutely no reason for anyone to go into a residential community. They're going to access on Brandon Circle and come out to 301. You can see that there's substantial buffering here, tremendous natural buffering here, and a lot of natural buffering here. On top of that, you begin to see the distances involved. This is 51 feet to the property line, 128 feet in this manner, and going by their eye, I'd say this is probably about 100 feet here, showing some of those features, plus the 20-foot type. So this is about 51 feet to the property line. This is 128 feet. This would, just going by my eye, be about 100 feet. Plus the natural buffering I've shown you, and adding this 20-foot B screening perimeter with a low trip use. Also, looking at the aerial, you'll see, of course, almost next door is the school, and we have multifamily over here. So we do have a lot of uses in the immediate area that are not single family. Now, we have the greatest respect for the neighbors, and Mr. Dye did meet with them and spoke with them. At that time, they were not able to work through an agreement through the mitigations and the many conditions, but they did make an effort to reach out and talk to the neighbors. So, Madam Chair, with that and the support of your 2 staffs, and we feel the air direction of the zoning hearing master, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will now move to Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. The site is in the urban service area, and it is also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant's request is a use that can be considered within the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. The intent of this category is to designate areas of urban intensity and density. The proposed use is consistent with the intensity to be expected in the CMU 12 Future Land Use category. It should also be noted that meeting commercial locational criteria is not a requirement of the CMU 12 Future Land Use category. The subject property is adjacent to single-family residential development. There are several site design conditions to mitigate any potential impacts to the surrounding residential uses. Moreover, there are provisions for an appropriate transition of intensity to the residential uses that abut the site. Lastly, the development is also meeting land development code provisions regarding buffering and screening. Site design conditions include keeping the proposed use within the current single-family home. Additionally, hours of operation have been established with the conditions of approval. The proposed development with conditions would allow uses similar to the development pattern while demonstrating sensitivity to adjacent residential uses, meeting the intent of the Objective 16 and its policies regarding compatibility in the future land use element. Objective 12-1 of the community design component, also in the future land use element, requires new development to complement the surrounding neighborhood and be designed in a way that is compatible. The proposal includes techniques to mitigate any impacts to the surrounding residential uses and is consistent with this policy direction. The proposed development is consistent with the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. The site is within the US Highway 301 district, which envisions this area as a mixed-use area with high densities and a variety of businesses. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master recommendation summary?
The zoning hearing master considered the request for rezoning of 2.11 acres from RSC2 to planned development for the purpose of converting an existing single-family home into a health practitioner's office. As you've heard, the Planning Commission found the request to be consistent with the Riverview Community Plan and with the comprehensive plan and is in support. The zoning hearing master summarized the hearing by stating that testimony in opposition was provided at the zoning hearing master hearing and entered into the record. 5 neighbors testified, and an additional 25 residents put their name and address into the record to express their opposition to the rezoning request. The testimony in opposition primarily focused on the incompatibility of the proposed health practitioner's office with the single-family residential neighborhood. Concerns included the precedent that may be established by the medical office use and the introduction of future non-residential development, as well as concerns regarding additional traffic, the effect to the secluded private nature of the neighborhood, and possible negative effects to the residents' quality of life. The zoning hearing master stated that the neighborhood is unique as it is secluded in nature and developed with primarily older and one-story homes. Although the neighborhood is within close proximity excuse me, to US Highway 301, it does not resemble an area in transition in terms of more intensive land uses. Rather, the neighborhood is protected by a significant tree canopy and heavily vegetated such that the adjacent Bridgepoint Academy School and local farm stand to the east, oriented towards 301, and existing townhomes to the west are not apparent when traveling on Brandon Circle. The zoning hearing master stated that although the applicant agreed to zoning conditions that would limit the use of the property to health practitioner's office only, the introduction of a non-residential land use into the single-family neighborhood will provide the opportunity for other non-residential land uses on the subject property and adjacent parcels to be requested. The requested PD zoning for a health practitioner's office is not compatible with the character of the existing single-family neighborhood, and the zoning hearing master recommended denial.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to board discussion. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I can appreciate the staff and Planning Commission recommendations, I do recognize that this is in a comprehensive plan category that contemplates this sort of use at, the appropriate time. But right now, we have a residential development pattern in this particular area. We have some compatibility issues as far as I'm concerned. I recognize that the comp plan says that compatibility does not mean the same as, but although this happens to not be the same as a residential use, there are some other compatibility issues to consider as well, many of which were touched upon by the zoning hearing master. Different sort of traffic pattern, strangers coming in and out of the neighborhood, things like that. So I would move for denial based upon the zoning hearing master recommendation.
We have a motion to deny by Commissioner White. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Smith for discussion. Commissioner Smith? You're recognized.
Yes, thank you. If I could ask the Planning Commission to put up, or staff, to put up page 40 of the future land use map. I mean, I'm a little conflicted about this. So I would just like to take the opportunity to ask a question about the future land use classification. Page 40.
Wrong application.
That's not it. This is F3. I think you've got F4 on there. We don't have an Elmo in here. There we go. So, I'd like to ask the Planning Commission, if we look at this, correct me if I'm wrong, but the pink area that the subject property is SMU 12. I'm sorry? Community.
This is Melissa Reinhardt, Planning Commission staff.
Yep, Community Mixed Use 12. The purple area on the north side of Bloomingdale, that's Urban Mixed Use 20. And the salmon color to the south of the area we're looking at, that is Suburban Mixed Use 6. So, and yet, we have this neighborhood that is it seems like not begun to transition into this community mixed use 12. Ms. Leinhardt, how did this, little neighborhood of single family homes come to be designated community mixed use 12?
I can certainly help answer that question. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff for the record. Based on the intensity of development that is expected and also in several places near the Highway 301, I-75, Bloomingdale, that area to the north of the subject property. And then as you travel southward, the intensity and the density becomes reduced or less intense. And then you can see that bright yellow that's on the edge of the southern portion of the site, portion of the paper, that is residential 6. So we have basically a change in transition, or transition of intensities from north to south, from more intense to less intense. And I do understand, and we do recognize that there is an established single family neighborhood here. However, if you look at the existing land use layer, that's also something that we keep in mind and use during our analysis process. There are several non-residential parcels and also multifamily properties and other uses that are not single family in the immediate area. So that is why this area is transitioning from that intense area, UMU 20, through this area, recognizing those uses, and then becoming less intense as it moves southward. Does that help answer your question?
If I could have a follow-up, so in this vicinity of the subject property within this CMU 12 area, are you saying that there are other mixed uses in that area, so it is already transitioning?
Yes, and mainly those uses are on the, I guess you would say, east side of 301. It is diagonal there, so it's a little confusing. But the other side of 301 from the subject property, that is mainly non-residential uses. And then near the subject property, there is the school use and then also multifamily directly to the west. So there's not an abutting commercial property to this site, but there is commercial nearby.
Where is the school?
Directly to the east.
Across 301?
Well, it's on this side of 301,
Okay.
but it's not
Yeah.
on the same side of the street as this subject property.
I see it. And, if I could ask you one more question. The zoning hearing master seemed to be concerned in two ways. One, that the use itself was incompatible with the neighborhoods, although personally, I find that the conditions restricting the use are pretty tight, and understanding that this is going to look a lot like a house with 20-foot buffers around, and we have conditions that it will restrict the use to a health practitioner's office, and restrict the client off hours from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, no weekends, and it will be required to maintain the appearance of a single-family home. I mean, I think that's pretty restrictive to, the idea that this is compatible. I mean, I think all of that goes to help this particular use be compatible. But the other thing the zoning hearing master talked about as a reason for denial was that it would attract, set a precedent, could be, it seemed to feel like it could be expanded into other uses, but also that it might attract other uses into the area. And maybe that's a question for Ms. Lundgren or Mr. Gormley about the propensity of this use to go beyond, to have impacts beyond just what it's restricted to, and draw in more other uses.
Each zoning request would be judged on its own merits and consistency with the comprehensive plan. Of course, the zoning hearing master did make that finding, and that was the zoning hearing master's concern that this could potentially create a basis for finding a future compatibility of non-residential development.
Okay, thank you very much. My concerns are answered, and I'll be supporting the request. I'll leave my second for discussion up in case anybody else wants to speak, or maybe I should just withdraw that at this time. I'll withdraw my second, and if anyone else wants to carry it forward, they can.
Is there any other commissioners? I see no one wanting to speak at this time, and we don't have a motion either.
Yeah, I can. Without a motion, and to move forward, we're going to need a motion. But I do have similar questions that Commissioner Smith asked in terms of what permittable uses, and if it were to change from what this is restricted to, The applicant or the owner of the property, if it were a subsequent owner, would have to actually modify that to have it be any different than it is now, based on what I'm hearing in not only in the testimony, but also the description. And interestingly enough, I live next to a school, and I have a lot of traffic, and 12 cars doesn't seem to be anything in comparison to, you know, the traffic that the neighborhood has adjusted to when it comes to the school and the apartment complex nearby. So I'm not sure that those concerns warrants suggesting a denial of this particular project. In addition to that, a practice such as this is similar to, in terms of what it sounds like demand would be, to having someone work in their home. And I'm curious, you know, how many folks are actually working at home right now, given what's happened in our world right now. So I'm going to move approval.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman and seconded by Commissioner Smith. At this time, I don't see any further discussion. I'll just, one of the things I thought about is the neighborhood that I grew up in, where not so far away was a doctor's office attached to the house, and another one that had a dentist's office at the house. That was my friend's father, that they were, and it was just a regular residential neighborhood. But, you know, a couple of things that does is trip capture and, you know, provides some services with de minimis. I know they even said 12 cars, but that would be considering if you did a 12-hour counseling day. So, I mean, it's something, as they were talking, that I was thinking about the neighborhood I grew up in. And I don't see anyone else wishing to speak at this time. So I guess we have a motion by Commissioner Overman and seconded by Commissioner Smith. Please do a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
No.
Hagan?
No.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Hagan and White voted no.
Okay, thank you. We are at 10 after 12. I promise that whenever we had a break between 11:30 and noon for the future, I will be bringing up lunch. So is it the board's pleasure to break now and return back? I guess we'll return back at 1:10. 1:15, how about that? That makes it a little easier. Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting for the afternoon session. We'll reconvene here and we'll start with Mr. Moreta.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This brings us to item F4 on the agenda. This is a major modification 25-0561 located at 4502 Roebuck Road. It's a 2.16 acre site. The existing zoning is a planned development. I would note that on the agenda it says planned development and ZC. It's actually a planned development that permits zoning that was done during zoning conformance. So it should be /ZC. This is a major modification to the existing plan development that permits an 8-space mobile home park. The request is farm worker housing. The code has a conversion for farm worker housing that allows additional dwelling units, and the proposal is for 17-space farm worker housing project. In the event farm worker housing is not developed, then it also has an option for AS1 zoning. Staff reviewed it, and we did find it approvable, subject to conditions, and we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Go ahead, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Chris McNeil, 15957 North Florida Avenue, representing the applicant. As Mr. Moreta had mentioned, staff recommendation for approval, also Planning Commission finding consistent, and we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And do we have a proponent testimony? Anyone there to speak in support? Proponent testimony?
We do not have anybody.
Opponent testimony? Anyone there to speak against?
No one in sight?
Okay, and I'm assuming the applicant will waive rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Planning Commission staff?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The application requests a major modification to a planned development to allow for a change in use from the existing 4 mobile homes to 17 units for farm worker housing. The maximum allowed number of farm worker housing units is 17 per future land use element policy 20.7. Therefore, the request for 17 farm worker housing units is consistent with policy direction in the future land use element. The intent of the Residential 1 future land use category is to designate areas for low density rural residential uses compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The request is consistent with the intent of the Residential 1 future land use category. Per Objective 4, the rural area is designated for agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses. Farm worker housing is a rural residential use that meets the density requirements for Residential 1 and complements the surrounding agricultural and residential uses within the area. The site plan proposes a 10-foot buffer of shade trees along all boundaries of the property with a 6-foot solid wood privacy fence along all boundaries as well. Policy 16.2 of the future land use element requires gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses be provided for new development as it is proposed through the use of professional site planning techniques. The buffer, shade tree screening, privacy fence all help to meet the intent of this policy direction. The applicant is requesting a waiver to the 50-foot minimum setback that the Land Development Code requires and proposes a 25-foot setback due to the buffers and privacy fence shown on the site plan. Policy 16.3 of the future land use element requires development and redevelopment be integrated through complementary land uses. The properties surrounding the site are single-family residential, mobile homes, and agricultural uses. The proposed modification is consistent with Objective 16 and its accompanying policies relating to compatibility. Overall, the modification request is compatible with the existing residential development pattern and would facilitate development that is consistent with the character of the surrounding area and the Residential 1 future land use category. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master recommendation summary?
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification to Plan Development 92-347 to develop a 17-space farm worker housing project. The plan development is currently approved for a maximum of 8 mobile homes. The zoning hearing master found that the Planning Commission, as you heard, supports the request and found that the modification is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master stated that a waiver of the required 50-foot setback along the northern, western, and eastern boundaries is requested and proposed to be reduced to 25 feet. The applicant justifies the request by stating that the reduced setback is necessary to recognize the location of the existing on-site septic system along the southern portion of the property, as well as the need for an internal drive aisle that accommodates turnaround area for emergency vehicles. The waiver is acceptable and mitigated by enhanced screening and the proposed setbacks from adjacent residential homes. The zoning hearing master found that the proposed modification provides minimal impacts to the surrounding area as compared to the already approved mobile home park and is in keeping with the established development pattern. The zoning hearing master recommended approval of the major modification request.
Thank you. And with that, we can move on to a board discussion. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman to move approval, seconded by Commissioner Meyer. Seeing no further discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes?
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Thank you. That brings us to F5. This is a rezoning 21-0700. This is for a 9.21 acre site located at 5615 West Griffin Road. The existing plan category is Res 1. The proposal is to rezone from a plan development that permits agricultural, blueberry farming, and also some element of wine sales and production, and to AS1. The AS1 district will be a Euclidean zoning, so it's going from plan development to Euclidean zoning. Again, the area surrounding it is rural. AS1 is surrounding the parcel. Staff recommends approval. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
If you're recognized for 10 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon to Chairman and County Commissioners. My name is Jorge Salmeron. I live in 5645 W.O. Griffin Road, Plant City, Florida, 33567. I am the applicant of the 5615 W.O. Griffin Road. And yes, we are requesting the change from a PD to an AS1 zoning. And basically, we would like to have our farm pretty much classified as a normal operating AS1 property. And then with addition to request, if permitted by the state, to also operate with agritourism. Thank you.
Is that your full statement? That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do we have any proponent testimony?
We did not.
Opponent testimony? Do we have any opponent testimony?
Madam Chair, we have a few people in the room.
Okay, they have 10 minutes in total for opponent testimony.
Okay. My name is Patricia Craddock. I live at 4112 Edwards Road in Plant City, Florida. We as a neighborhood oppose the change in zoning from Mr. Salmeron from PD to AS1. We love and support agriculture activities. It's actually the character of our neighborhood. We have beautifully maintained strawberry fields all around us. Some of us have lived out there for 40-something years. Some of our families represented here have lived out there 30-something years, and some even in the 20-year range. According to the petition that Mr. Salmon submitted, he states he wants to maximize his currently existing blueberry farming activities. If that is what Mr. Salmon actually would do, and to maintain the character of our neighborhood, we would not feel so opposed. But evidence that the neighborhood has submitted and you have access to demonstrates that Mr. Salmon's property is not currently producing blueberries and has not produced them for years. Evidence submitted also demonstrates that Mr. Salmon has been using this property for other reasons than agriculture. Mr. Salmon has 2 buildings on his property that, according to the current zoning certification of PD, these buildings should only be used for processing blueberry wine. Per the certification, no other uses are allowed, and the future land use element states that the rural area is to be preserved for agriculture activity. The neighborhood's concern is that Mr. Salmon has been using these buildings as a party barn for the past 5 years. The party barn has already brought 1 death and 3 injured at one of the parties that shattered our neighborhood. 1 young man was shot and killed at Mr. Salmon's party barn. Currently, the parties have been shut down by code enforcement due to the death. But what happens when you approve the rezoning to AS1? Does this allow Mr. Salmon to once again operate his party barn? Does this bring more deaths? Because we can all agree that 1 death has been more than enough. This party barn has not only brought about a death, it brings a huge amount of vehicular traffic and noise, high volume, booming, vibrating noise going on into the wee hours of the morning in an otherwise quiet and serene neighborhood. The vehicular traffic is hundreds of cars, lines of cars in and out, blocking our roadways, preventing our families from getting into their own homes, driving fast, speeding, screeching tires. There have been numerous traffic accidents, damage to our neighbors' property, rocks being thrown at our livestock from the people attending the parties, and the scariest thing of all, they have armed guards at the entrance to the party barn. They actually wear bulletproof vests. Now you have to ask yourself, what type of parties are going on that require armed guards wearing bulletproof vests? Will the rezoning allow Mr. Salmon to continue such dangerous activities? Will the rezoning bring that threat of violence back to our neighborhood? If Mr. Salmon was truly going to enhance his blueberry farm and maintain the character of the existing development and be compatible with the rest of us, his current zoning of PD will allow that. Why is there a need to change the zoning? Ultimately, Mr. Salmon has a different plan. We have experienced his plan firsthand, and now we are asking and seeking neighborhood protection by opposing the rezoning.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? There's 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yes, my name is Linda Long. I've lived at my house for 37 years. I have never thought in a million years that I would be living in a neighborhood that my grandchildren would not be allowed to come to my house on the weekend nights, and that's due to the wild parties. My daughter's worried for their safety. The problems affect all of the neighboring people. Number one, the excessive speed, drivers drinking while intoxicated, endangering our property and our lives. A shooting, which she just told you about, left 1 dead and several others injured. The loud music well into the night. We need help to make sure that he cannot do the parties. Because of one person, we all have our peace and tranquility of our country living destroyed, and that we have enjoyed for many years.
Preston Price, 5655 W.O. Griffin Road, Plant City. I'm also opposed to the rezoning and just hope that the commissioners have looked and viewed at all the evidence that was submitted at the zoning master hearing, and if not, continue this on so they can review it. Our main concern has nothing to do with the agriculture use of the land. It's the agrotourism which he will receive, which there's no department or restrictions or conditions that can be put on this rezoning that will limit him from having the parties and going back to what we already know is going to happen because the past has shown the traffic, the shootings, the noise, and just the amount of people. That's it.
Hello. I'm opposed to the rezoning due to the property owners.
Can you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara McClernand, 5710 W.O. Griffin Road. And the property owner has a written statement stating he wants to continue his agritourism operation and specific use of his farm buildings. I said that this is the intent for him to resume the parties. I agree with all the statements as far as the shootings, the traffic, the chaos in our neighborhoods due to these parties. If he truly wants to farm, he can continue to farm under the current zoning. Please help us protect our families.
My name's Robin Ron, 5811 W.O. Griffin Road. My husband and I moved out of South Tampa over 42 years ago to Plant City. The purpose we moved there is because we wanted a quiet country setting, and we have the most amazing neighborhood. If any of you guys ever came out there, you would be jealous. We want to keep it that way. Since Mr. Salmeron, when he initially was out there, he had a beautiful blueberry field. We loved it. He's part of our neighborhood. But it's changed in the last few years. He let his blueberries completely go to weeds and sticks. There's no farming, agricultural, there's nothing going on there farming-wise. And we are tired of the parties, the traffic. As they said, the 25-year-old with young children that now they don't have a daddy anymore. We would love Mr. Salmeron to start another blueberry field. It was beautiful once, and it could be again, but if he gets this rezoning and starts it again, it just breaks my heart that he only cares for himself and not for the rest of the neighbors, because we have an amazing neighborhood and amazing people that live in our neighborhood. Mr. Salmeron, we need our neighborhood back, the peace and the quiet. I'm a nurse, and I can't sleep at night when he has his parties, so I'm sure that you wouldn't want me to come and start a peripheral IV on you when I haven't had any sleep at night. At any rate, I agree with whatever everybody else has said, and I would really appreciate your consideration because we want to stop the parties. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Travis Ron. I live at 5811 W.O. Griffin. All this
Excuse
morning,
me?
I've been...
Yes.
I don't have Mr. Travis Ron as a party of record.
Oh, okay.
His wife, I think, participated previously, and I had her on the list, but I don't believe that he's qualified to speak, and also check the
All right.
mailing list.
Okay. So I'm sorry, Mr. Ron.
Someone else who had already spoken could use his time.
Yes, we have 2 minutes and 17 seconds if somebody else wants to use that time.
I believe that's it.
Okay.
That concludes.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, we'll go to the applicant for rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
I just want to give a little bit of history of the farm and the time that I've been here at the property. I met the Glovers back in 96, 97 as I was a student. When I approached Mr. Glover about starting a business venture farm, blueberry farming, they had an orange grove, and thank God we were able to turn the orange grove into a blueberry farm operation. They gave me opportunity to be a farm business partner, and that's how I got involved with farming and the property and the location until, thank God, we were able to start purchasing the property in 2014, not knowing the limited restrictions on the buildings or existing buildings that were there in the property until the recent accident that happened back in February. and realized that, that those restrictions were for specific uses of the buildings. And that's why I'm here, to try to make things right, as I'm learning of some errors, some mistakes along the way. And I'm just trying to do everything that I can to have the same opportunity as other growers that have the opportunity to perform agritourism activities in their farms. And as for my neighbors, they know it, they know me. I care about every single one of them. I would give my life and put my life in danger to protect any of them or save any of them and put myself at risk first. I work at a school as well, and I make sure that they're safe at school, at high school. And again, I would do the same thing to protect 2,000, 3,000 students where I work at as a teacher, to protect them. But I'm just seeking changing zoning from a PD to regular AS1, like any farmer grower that has purchased and invested in a property. And yes, it is time to reinvest in the farm. Due to COVID, we did get impacted as a family 2 summers ago. And I'm trying to get back on my feet. I'm trying to get back my family on my feet. It hasn't been easy, but the farm is going to thrive again. We're planning to add row crops this fall. I've already been working on the land. Things are going to get better. Things are going to be a lot cleaner. And yes, I'm going to continue with Blueberry Farm, hopefully the front 2 acres. But I need to restart from scratch and reinvest from ground up. And that's my goal between now and the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude the testimony. Planning Commission staff?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The subject site is located in the rural area, as I mentioned, and Objective 4 and Policy 4.1 of the future land use element apply. These policies state that no more than 20% of projected population growth is to occur in the rural area, and that the rural area is to be preserved for agricultural activity and as well as low density, large lot, rural residential development. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 4 and Policy 4.1, as it only seeks to maximize agricultural uses, which are the preferred use in the rural area. The subject site is located in an area that is surrounded by agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential dwellings. The surrounding zoning on all sides is AS1, as the proposed use is also agricultural in nature and the applicant is seeking a zoning that is reflective of the surrounding area. It meets the neighborhood protection and compatibility policies under Objective 16 of the future land use element. The proposal seeks to maximize existing blueberry farming operations on site and will continue to maintain the character of existing development on the subject site and in the surrounding area. Objective 29 of the future land use element seeks to protect the economic viability of agricultural activities by strengthening land use planning techniques and regulations. Policies 29.1 and 29.3 offer policy direction on streamlining the review and approval process for applications that expand the agricultural sector of the county. The agricultural retention policies outlined under Objective 30 in the future land use element prioritize the retention of agricultural lands, particularly in the rural area, for agricultural purposes. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the agricultural general and agricultural retention policies in the future land use element, as the applicant wishes to maximize agricultural activities on the site and remove restrictions that were associated with alcohol manufacturing and retail that were never developed as part of the plan development. By rezoning the site to AS1, the agricultural potential of the site is maximized for blueberry farming and contributes to an enhanced agricultural sector for the county. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master recommendation summary.
The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting a rezoning from plan development, which currently exists on the property, to the AS1 zoning district. The property is 9.21 acres in size, currently zoned PD 12-257 and designated residential 1 by the comprehensive plan. The property is located in the rural services area. The approved PD permits one single-family home and accessory retail related to the on-site agricultural uses, blueberry wine processing, and AS1 land uses. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to the agricultural single-family 1 AS1 zoning district. The applicant testified at the ZHM hearing that he would like to continue the AS1 land uses and has no intent to produce wine from the existing blueberry farm. He added that he would like to continue the ongoing agritourism on site. The Planning Commission found the request to be compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with numerous policies that promote retaining agricultural land uses. Testimony in support was provided at the ZHM hearing by the property owner. Testimony in opposition was provided by neighbors who focused on late-night parties that are conducted on the property and an existing barn. The neighbors detailed the murder of a person at a birthday party in February of 2021. The neighbors described the presence of armed security guards at the parties, as well as the noise, traffic, and associated disruption to the rural character of the area. The ZHM asked the property owner about the neighbor's testimony and use of the barn for agritourism. The property owner replied that many events are offered to the public that include offering horse and pony rides. Florida statute section 570.85 subsection 1 prevents the adoption of an ordinance that would restrict or limit agritourism on agricultural land. Therefore, it is outside the purview of the zoning hearing master's review to determine if the property includes a bona fide agricultural use and is in compliance with the intent of agritourism as described in Florida statutes. The ZHM found that the neighbors' concerns are valid and warrant further investigation by the proper authorities. The zoning hearing master concluded that the request for the AS1 zoning district on the subject property is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and with the residential 1 future land use category, and recommended approval.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude the testimony here. We'll move to board discussion. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, as you know, a tremendous advantage of PDs is that they offer lots of specificity and safeguards for the neighbors. Euclidean zoning districts provide for little in terms of specificity and safeguards. And in fact, Mr. Gormley, correct me if I'm wrong, but at least anecdotally from my observations in my years on this board, it seems that it's rare to see a request to rezone from a PD back to a Euclidean zoning district. Is that right?
That is not a common thing that we see. That's correct.
Okay. And to do this would remove many of the specifics and safeguards that protect the neighborhood. Mr. Gormley, farming is currently allowed within the PD. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The PD currently allows AS1 uses.
AS1 uses?
Yes.
Yes. And also on the record is a document that details some sheriff's office activity or calls to the site. How many times has the sheriff's office been called to the site?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Based on these records, it's close to 3 dozen.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I've studied the record, and based upon what I see, this rezoning request seems to be an attempt at a remedy for activities that are disruptive to the neighborhood. Frankly, I don't know whether or not the rezoning would solve their issues, but it seems to me to be an attempt at getting around these disruptive activities. So for all the reasons that have been stated by myself and staff, I'm going to move for denial of this rezoning request.
A motion to deny by Commissioner White. I thought I heard several seconds, but I heard Commissioner Cohen. Did I hear Commissioner Smith? Okay. And we'll move to Commissioner Overman. You're recognized.
Thank you. You know, I looked at this project and looked at the backup. I'm also observing the challenge of a true definition of agritourism, because it doesn't sound like we're looking at agritourism here. It does appear as though there's been little to no of the previous zoning restrictions or recommendations or definitions that have been followed. And now we're being asked to move it to a different category that opens up the opportunity to do things on private property that would otherwise have to have various different special use licenses to do so. You know, if we're not doing wine, making blueberry wine at that location, we're not selling blueberry wine, and we don't have blueberries actually producing on the property, I'm trying to get a better understanding of what the definition of agricultural tourism on this particular property would represent anything agricultural at this point. I mean, other than the fact that it's in a barn, maybe. So I'm having great difficulty discerning what really wants to happen here. And given that there are restrictions on the property as it stands with the PD, it's my understanding it is required to be agricultural production. Ms. Lundgren, can you help me with that in terms of how the restrictions previously in the PD application would apply here to require agricultural production or agricultural activities?
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Gormley about what the exact restrictions of this PD are. Understand that the PD does allow agricultural activities, AS1 type activities at the present time. I believe it does have some restrictions on how certain structures can be used and, you know, the addition of additional structures, but I'll defer to Mr. Gormley on that.
We have a copy of the condition, if we need to read it in the record, that specifies the uses.
That would be very helpful. Thank you very much, because it appears that that was approved in 2012, many, many years ago. So I'm curious to see if any of the activities on the property resemble that restriction. Could you assist me, please?
The site's approved for one single-family residence, accessory retail sales related to on-site agricultural uses, blueberry wine processing, and AS1 agricultural uses. The building labeled as Building A shall be permitted 900 square feet of retail uses. The building labeled as Building B shall be permitted a maximum of 1,931 square feet of processing blueberry wine. No uses other than single-family residential are permitted in the building identified as a single-story frame house. All uses and parking shall be located where generally shown on the plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And based on the testimony as well as other information in the file, was there any history of sales associated with those kinds of activities in the record?
I don't believe that we have any record of those type of activities taking place on the site. In other words, it didn't develop pursuant to that zoning.
I'm sorry, I was having difficulty hearing you.
We don't have any record of those other activities taking place on the site. There's some evidence that there had been blueberry production there, but the retail sales and those activities, we don't have any record of that having occurred on the site. We do not.
Okay. All the more reason why I will support a motion to deny. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, my heart goes out to these neighbors who settled in a quiet rural area and have had their neighborhoods upended and their quality of life and even the safety of their families threatened by these extreme activities. Guns of violence and dozens of police calls, those aren't parties, and it certainly isn't agro-tourism as we would understand it. So the changes to the AS1 zoning would allow or may take steps towards allowing some of these very disruptive uses that are not now allowed under the current zoning. And And so, I think that we're fully within our rights to say that, we don't want to change the zoning. We're not required to change the zoning when we can see that it would allow uses that we have good reason to be concerned about in this area that would be incompatible, to say the least, with this neighborhood. I'm just trying to put some reasons on the record for the denial. But while I'm at it, I do hope that code enforcement will strictly enforce those uses in the current PD that Commissioner Overman drew out of the actual, zoning that's there, and help this area out with strict enforcement of the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have no further commissioners that wish to speak. So we have a motion to deny by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioners Cohen and Smith. And seeing no further discussion, can you please do a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
Hagan. Hagan? Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And with that, we are moving on to the next portion of the agenda, related items. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us up to G1A. This is a rezoning for Plan Development 21-0507, located at the southeast corner of Ehrlich Road and Turner Road. The acreage is 12.32. The request is for a plan development. The existing zoning is plan development, and actually, they're rezoning two plan developments, a portion of the existing plan development that wraps the site. And they're also rezoning the out parcel that currently permits car wash and gas sales and convenience store, increasing the square footage from 1,635 to 5,200 to essentially expand and create a more modern convenience store with a gas station on it and a car wash, I should say. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and we're available if you have questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Jamie Mayer for the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa. I have a brief PowerPoint, if I might be able to show that.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as staff correctly explained, and I just want to compliment staff, this has been a long road. I said this at the ZHM hearing, and I just want to reiterate how much staff has worked with us on this. We had some hiccups, and we are just really happy to be here today because it's just been, some confusion with, as you'll see, adding this sliver that we're taking from an adjacent PD, and we had to rework that. So we're happy to be here. We are redeveloping and expanding an existing Circle K. The goal is to modernize it and significantly improve vehicular circulation and also pedestrian circulation, customer experience, cross access, and the overall functioning of the site. We will be increasing the gas station, the square footage of the gas station overall from approximately 1,600 square feet to 5,200 square feet. And this includes increasing the car wash tunnel from 575 square feet to about 1,200 square feet. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the outlined in red is the site. It's an existing gas station, and I will show you in a few slides the kind of proposed before and after of how the site will be improved. It's adjacent to a shopping center. You can see the parking there for that adjacent PD, and it has cross access to Ehrlich Road via the shopping center PD. Next slide, please.
So we submitted a concurrent PRS to remove a little sliver, about 0.16 acres of land from that shopping center PD, and I will show you exactly where that sliver is. It's along the west side connecting to Ehrlich Road. The reason for that is to provide just enough space to create the vehicular circulation around the fueling canopy, which again will make sense when I show you the proposal. So it's important to note that no part of the existing shopping center that you saw is going to be altered by this. Everything's going to remain the same. We are just taking this little sliver and creating an access point there. And we ensured that the floor area ratio of the shopping center by removing this 0.16 acres will not negatively impact the floor area ratio. It'll still be under what is permitted. Next slide, please. And this is, the shopping center PD as a whole. Again, you can see how the access to Ehrlich Road is from that PD. Next slide, please. So the development standards we're proposing are mostly in line with the CG district standards, with the exception we're requesting a maximum ISR of 75%. We're requesting an 8-foot setback from Turner Road to accommodate the car wash tunnel because of where we're putting it. It's in a much more safe and logical location in relation to what we're proposing. And our proposed floor area ratio is well below the maximum that would be permitted in the future land use category. Next slide, please. So here is the proposed before and after. You can see on the left the existing configuration, the location of the car wash in the south, kind of the south eastern side. We're proposing the car wash along Turner Road. You can see the superior site flow that we're proposing. We're going to consolidate the access point on the east border to 1 instead of 2. And you can see how the building will be expanded. Next slide, please. And the yellow is the little sliver that we are transferring from one PD to the other that will allow us to design the fueling canopy and the circulation as proposed. Next slide, please. That's just another angle of it, crosshatch instead of the aerial. Next slide, please. We're requesting one variation in connection with this application. We had originally requested 3, and I think the 2 of them are still listed in the staff report, but we are no longer requesting those, and that will be reflected, on the final approved site plan. And for development, we will be adhering to the parking and loading regulations. But we are requesting the one variation from the landscape buffer along the east because we need to be able to put in the ADA sidewalk to connect to the shopping center. There is landscaping in the PD that will remain in the adjacent PD, and that will meet the intent of having that buffer. But we can't do both concurrently. Next slide, please. Surrounding zoning is all PD, all commercial, and the standards we're proposing are comparable to what's around us and what we currently have. We're just making it better. Next slide, please. Again, staff finds, the Planning Commission finds it consistent. We received a recommendation of approval from the zoning hearing master, and Development Services recommends approval with the conditions. So we respectfully request approval. Thank you. And our project team is here for any questions.
Thank you. Next we will move to proponent testimony. Is there anyone there to speak in support? Proponent testimony?
No, ma'am.
Opponent testimony? Anyone to speak against?
No, ma'am.
And I'm assuming the applicant will waive rebuttal?
Yes.
And with that, if we can move for Planning Commission staff?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and is also located within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. In the submitted project narrative, the applicant has indicated the reason for the proposed plan development is to retrofit the existing property with improved facilities that can better accommodate consumers by providing a convenience store with fueling stations and a car wash. The proposed improved facilities include the expansion of the convenience store use and car wash, demolition and redevelopment of an existing drive aisle for circulation around the proposed canopy, and a 6-foot landscape buffer to accommodate the required 5-foot sidewalk. The overall area contains a mix of uses. There are mainly office, public, institutional, and commercial uses along the major corridor of Ehrlich Road, and single-family residential and multifamily residential along Turner Road and Village Drive. The proposed modification would complement the surrounding land uses and is therefore consistent with the compatibility policies in the future land use element. The proposed plan development is also consistent with policy 16.5 of the future land use element, which calls for higher intensity development along arterials and collector roadways. The residential 4 future land use category is the predominant category of the overall area. The proposed modification is consistent with the uses expected in residential 4. In addition, in this plan category, non-residential uses are required to meet commercial locational criteria. The site is located off the commercial node of Turner Road and Ehrlich Road, both arterial roadways, and they meet commercial locational criteria. The proposed square footage is also less than the maximum that can be considered for the site and is therefore consistent with the intensity expected in the residential 4 future land use category. The community plan encourages mixed-use development and redevelopment at intersections that comply with commercial locational criteria. The site is located within a planned development that is approved for the convenience store use and does meet commercial locational criteria. Therefore, the proposed plan development is consistent with the vision of the Carrollwood Community Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master, recommendation summary?
The zoning hearing master considered the request for rezoning of the subject site, which is 1.08 acres approximately in size and zoned PD with 3 different PD designations upon the property. The property is designated residential 4 by the comprehensive plan and located in the urban service area and the greater Carrollwood Northdale community planning area. The request to rezone from plan development to a new plan development is to redevelop and expand an existing gas station with convenience store, gas pumps, and a car wash. The existing site is proposed to be increased in size by utilizing acreage from the adjacent PD. A companion personal appearance application is being processed to remove the acreage from the adjacent PD zoning, which will be heard subsequently. The Planning Commission, as you heard, found the request to be consistent with the future land use plan's objectives and policies. Additionally, the Planning Commission staff found the request to be consistent with the greater Carrollwood Northdale community plan. The rezoning includes 1 plan development variation request. The applicant requests to eliminate the required landscape buffer along the eastern portion of the property adjacent to the driveway, and the applicant justifies the request by stating that the ADA required sidewalk can be installed if it is located within that buffer area. A landscape buffer will be provided on the adjacent property. The ZHM found that the PD variation meets the land development code's requirements, as the intent of the required buffer is met by installing it on the adjacent property. The zoning hearing master found that the redevelopment and expansion of the convenience store with gas pumps and a car wash is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. The zoning hearing master therefore found that the approval of the plan development zoning with the conditions that are proposed will provide for a compatible land use in this area and recommended approval.
Thank you. And I don't see any commissioners wishing to speak at this time, so we could move on to the related item. We'll have just any discussion and vote after. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. The related item is G1B. This is a personal appearance, 5330 Ehrlich Road. This is the parcel that was indicated in the previous discussion as the sliver. It's a piece of property that's 0.16 acreage. It's being utilized in part of the PD, and the purpose of this application is just to recognize that and adjust for it in the PD that was the donor site. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant wish to speak at this time?
No, unless there are any questions, thank you.
Any proponent testimony at this time?
No, ma'am.
Any opponent testimony at this time?
No, ma'am.
No. Development Services amended recommendations?
No, ma'am.
And I'm assuming the applicant wants to waive rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And with all that, do we have a motion, any discussion at this time with regards to both G1A and G1B together?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Cohen to approve both items G1A and G1B. And seeing no further discussion, can we do a roll call vote?
Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Hagan? Hagan? Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta, no further items, correct?
No, ma'am. That concludes the agenda, and we'll see you tomorrow for the Land Development Code workshop at 1:30.
Okay, we stand adjourned.
Thank you.